Good morning, fam. What's going on? It's Kyle Henderson and Bama Football on YouTube. Opening up the show today at 7:45. Give me a roll tide inside the comment box. Give me a roll tide inside the comment box and let me know where you guys are coming from this morning. On a little bit early today. Ty Hayes has you at 8 a.m. and then we have Merill, and then I'm coming on at 10 a.m. So that's our schedule for today. And then you got Smook before we get to the lunchtime break. But I wanted to jump on this morning and quickly go over the transfers. As you know, Alabama has done a really good job in the transfer portal. And I want to emphasize a couple things. Coach Kaylen DeBoer, what he's been able to do in this short amount of time has quite honestly been impressive. I think that he has utilized a transfer portal to his benefit thus far. Good morning, Mary. I see you, Cat T. Corey P, what's going on? Caitlin, good morning. Rodney, good morning. Katie, good morning. Cynthia, good morning to you. And what I mean by that is he's been able to address needs from the jump, right? I think when you look to recruiting, he got it. Noah Carter, he got Ryan Williams, and he got Quentin Reese. And then what he's been able to do in the transfer portal, I like it so far. I really like it. And a lot of these guys actually played in the national title game in college football, which is really awesome to think about, right? So last night, if you missed the evening show, you had Keon Sabb. There was a lot of news yesterday. You had 3 coaches that were hired. 1 coach left. All right, it was a busy day. And then you had 2 transfer portal commitments. So the first is Keon Sabb. And the things I like about Keon Sabb, and this was actually reported, what was amazing is it was Yay, Alabama, like a part of the university that outscooped, like I think we all knew it was trending that way, but they were able, and I'll be eager to get Ty on this, but they like scooped even the scoopers. So, like, the university now is, like, breaking news. I never really seen that happen before. But, Aaron Suttles, announced that he's already enrolled and that he committed to Alabama. So, last year, what's amazing about Keon Sabb, 65 snaps last year against Washington, the title game at the free safety spot, will come in and I think immediately help elevate Alabama's secondary overall. He's a sophomore, and from what we understand, he's already enrolled. So that is Keon Sabb, and just kind of warming up the show as we have Ty, and I see you, Ty. I'll bring you on in just a second. And then last night, also, Alabama had another prospect jump on board, and that was a tight end who was from Washington, Josh Cuevas, 6'3", 240 pounds, hometown Los Angeles. He was at Cal Poly, was at Washington, and now he's at the Alabama Crimson Tide. Last couple years, he's hauled in just under 70 receptions for under 1,000 yards and 7 touchdowns. You look to that Alabama tight ends room, there's a lot of experience there. C.J. Dupree, Caleb Odom coming in as just a freshman. Danny Lewis is a guy we don't talk a lot about. Robbie Oots is a big H-back. You have Jay Lindsey coming on board as well. So Josh Cuevas joins as a tight end, and he jumped on board last night. Kind of go through the transfers that Kaylen DeBoer has added so far. Here's another picture of Josh Cuevas. But I'm talking about fixing immediate needs, right? Damani Jackson, 5-star. What's up, James? I see you inside the comment box as well. Damani Jackson, 5-star, coming over from USC. That was one of the bigger hits, and that was under Coach Saban. But still, I'm talking about the transfer portal, who the guys are coming in for 2024. You also have Parker Brailsford. This was an immediate fix right now in terms of getting guys to Alabama that could play. And Alabama needed a center, and they go out and they get Parker Brailsford. A couple more to get through. You also have Jeremy Bernard. I know the wide receiver room is stacked, but I like the different elements to the wide receiver room. And I think Jeremy Bernard, from what I understand, is very comparable to Kendrick Law, which is exciting. I like the wide receiving room a ton. You also brought on Austin Mack. Austin Mack is a quarterback. You had Julian Sang go out, and you have Austin Mack from the class of 2023 come in. Big quarterback. He's kind of like the unit, the big unit. Well, I guess you can't call it because that's Randy Johnson, but 6'6", 225 pounds. And then you have Nyquil Bentrade coming on the offensive line as well at 6'6", 340 pounds from Texas A&M. And then, you know what, LT Overton as well. I guess we should add LT Overton. So there's another name that we got to add. Maybe I can pull that up real quick. T, can we get LT Overton's bio as well? Maybe I could race it to it. So what I do is I just type in LT Overton, and it'll pop up on. I got it already. So LT Overton, another guy, 6'5", and LT Overton, a 5-star as well. So you look at how Alabama was able to utilize the transfer portal, and I think it's here. I know we get excited about some of these prospects that are in the class of 2025 or 2026, but honestly, I think that the transfer portal is more prevalent because these are the guys that are going to get in and play immediately, or at least try to, for the Alabama Crimson Tide. What's up, Philip? I see you inside the comment box. Good morning to you. So I think overall, from the transfer portal standpoint, it's pretty impressive to see what Coach Kaylen DeBoer has done. I want to bring on Ty and ask him before we get to his segment, his thoughts about the transfer portal. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome in Ty Hayes. And Ty, we appreciate you being here, man.
Man, appreciate you having me as always.
See, no, he's not. Ty, what's up? One more time, man.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, that was our end. Last night, Ty, crowd goes crazy, and you have Keon Sabb. You had 2 commitments join last night, and you had 3 coaches come in. And appreciate you, David Crockett, for being a fan founder. That's awesome, David Crockett. Your take on Sabb and then on Josh Cuevas. I mean, you're bringing in guys who played in a national title game last year under Coach Kaylen DeBoer.
Yeah, and I think more importantly than that, let's start with Cuevas because I think we can kind of more succinctly hit that one, and Sabb is a big one. In terms of Cuevas, the guy had a quiet year last year, but if you look the year before, I mean, he was up near 600 yards in one year from the tight end position. He was really active. And if we actually look last year, do you want to know what stood out to me, Kyle? Yes, his usage was down. He had 4 receptions, but he was averaging 41 yards per reception. That's odd, right? I was looking and it was like 51-yard reception here, 51-yard reception here, 37-yard reception here, 19-yard. So he was in for big chunk plays. And that's interesting to me, especially when we think about that in relation to the year he had before last year, where he was up near 600 yards. I think you hit it perfectly. Alabama's tight end room really loaded. Caleb Odom's going to be interesting. Danny Lewis, Nye Black, Oots, Dipri, and now Cuevas. But the one to me that I don't think there's any understating, and you know, Kyle, because you and I were talking about this back in December, how high I am on the LT Overton edition.
Yeah.
Sabb might be the best portal edition Bama got this year. And they've gotten some great ones. But ladies and gentlemen, when you're talking about the transfer portal, there's a few things you look for because you're looking for things you can't get out of high school. I always refer to an intersectionality in the transfer portal. And what I'm talking about is you're looking for someone with eligibility remaining, but experience to bring in to add into the fold. He has both of those things. And the thing I love, when the moments were the brightest, that's when Michigan staff was calling on him. Love the addition.
Yeah, and you're right. Nye Black is gone. Austin, we see you inside the comment box.
I apologize.
But overall, like the tight end room is certainly stacked, and I like the addition. Like you had to go into the secondary and add, and I still think that Alabama is going to add one more guy, maybe 2 from the transfer portal in after that spring period. I think you just have to from a depth standpoint. But I think with Sabb coming in, and I think with Damani Jackson, you like those transfers coming in. And like I said, I still know that I still kind of think back about Trey Amos. I mean, that ship has sailed, but you know, he would have fit in nicely. Whatever it is, we move forward. And I think absolutely they did a really good job inside the transfer portal. Anyone else, Ty, before I let you get onto your segment, that kind of stands out from the transfer portal? I mean, is it Parker Brailsford? Like that made a lot of people sleep really well. And then I think for me is like Jeremy Bernard is an interesting prospect. Austin Mack. A lot of people want to talk about the quarterbacks, but and we haven't really even talked about NyQuil Bentrade or LT Overton. So is there another transfer that you want to highlight before we get to your segment?
You know, I think all of them are huge. Bertrand, LT Overton. LT Overton specifically because of this 4-2-5. I think him playing his natural position, I don't think A&M had him at his natural position. They had him drop a bunch of weight. And yes, he has the athleticism to do it, but he can be a force if we play him where I think we are, which is in that same kind of role a Boygby had. But Kyle, Parker Brailsford, I think people need to understand he's the highest graded returning center in college football
Yep.
per Pro Football Focus. He was the
Yeah.
number 2 graded center as a freshman last year.
Mhm.
That is a huge win. And it
Yeah.
goes to show you how much I believe in Sabb, that I think Sabb might be a bigger win than Parker Brailsford to get the number
Wow.
1 center in the
Yeah.
nation. But Sabb, Kyle, he has the ability to really make this secondary even more dangerous than I think they can.
Yeah.
It's exciting. I'm very excited.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're gonna preview your show. We got the graphic ready for you. Ladies and gentlemen, Ty Hayes from Around the Table Sports. He has you covered at this 8 a.m. window, and then at 9 a.m. you got Merill. I am at 10 a.m. and then you got Coach Smook. So there's a schedule on your right. And we'll kind of make some updates as well, because there was a lot of news to go over yesterday. So maybe we'll kind of pencil that in. Stay tuned for more updates from our staff. When you see a video out there, run the thumbs up on them. We appreciate you guys being here. Ty, have a really good segment. Please take care of him like you would take care of me. Matthew, in terms of how many spots are left, I don't necessarily worry about that because the roster numbers are always put together. I'm thinking they have like 83 right now, maybe 84. Yeah. But think about it like this, Matthew. Guys are definitely going to transfer out. I know you don't want to think about it, and I don't even know who those guys are, but that's the world that we live in. So I think guys are going to leave, and then you kind of, that number is very fluid. That's why I don't think you can put like a certain number, but I would say like 82, 83 right now. So it's fluid, but I got you guys, and I appreciate you guys being here. Good morning to you, Luke. What's up? Thanks for joining us this morning. Please take care of Ty. I will see you guys at 10 a.m. Take your calls. We'll talk more about all the news that happened on Monday. You guys have a good segment, and take them home, Ty.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Kyle killing it as always, getting us started on this Tuesday morning. And we've got a lot to talk about. We need to talk about the crazy day that happened yesterday in terms of Alabama coaching searches. I mean, you finally feel like you have stability. We talked about how important stability was. And then right after I get done with that segment, talking about how key stability is, instability hits Alabama. But I will say it was awesome to see how quickly DeBoer and them answered the Inge vacancy. We're going to talk about that because I think, dare I say, Bama upgraded. Dare I say Bama upgraded yesterday, which is kind of incredible to think about. Anthony, my man, let me go back to your last comment. He said, question, some of the defensive backs in the last few classes that committed to Alabama or going there because they thought they were going to, do you think they leave during the spring? I think that, Anthony, it's always reasonable to think that during spring you could sustain some losses, right? And that's just not relegated to Alabama. That's across college football. I think Kyle hit the nail on the head perfectly whenever he was giving the answer to how many people are currently on roster. You kind of expect that to happen in college football. But what I will say, Anthony, is that I think if a lot of those guys were going to leave, they would have already done so. Right? A lot of those guys are locked in, from Mbakwe to Zay Mincy to Zabian Brown, Woodyard, Tony Mitchell, Hurley, Devontae Smith, Malachi Moore. Then you get a Damani Jackson. I think that a lot of those guys in the secondary are locked in. It's going to be really fun to see because Saban gave Alabama a parting gift in that secondary. And I've said this time and time again, ladies and gentlemen, in the undefeated, all of you good people out there, as you're running the thumbs up, I have a question for all of you. How many coaches out there get to do a quote unquote rebuild with how much talent is in Alabama's secondary? Is everybody saying, oh, they have to rebuild the secondary? And you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They do. How many staffs out there get to do a rebuild with 5 former 5 stars in the secondary? To me, that's compelling. Jay, James, Jor, Tink, Brian, Jermaine, Kelly, Caitlin, everybody in the undefeated in here. Happy y'all are all in here this morning. Travelpreneur podcast. So, topics for today. We're going to go through some of these portal wins. We've got to talk about the stability. We've got to talk about the staff. And of course, if you guys say you want something talked about, we talk about it. Drop any comments in there and we'll hit it. Luke says, how many coaches get gifted a top 4 team? Exactly. The Real Dynasty says, but Alabama is falling off. Scholarship, 82 scholarships later. Sit down, haters. Daddy Bama not going anywhere anytime soon. And Dynasty, the reason why I think this is so interesting, I don't know if you had heard, and I'm sure you're aware, right? One thing I've learned very rapidly is you and the undefeated are as in tune with what's happening, not only at Alabama, but in terms of college football as any fan base is out there, which is why I have so much fun here. But Real Dynasty, the day before Saban retired, I was on both here, right? Anytime Kyle would let me, and my channel basically saying, hey, expect about 12 to 13 more transfers. And this is when Saban was still there, because Bama was in the mid 90s of scholarships. So a lot of the movement that Alabama has sustained, people are saying, oh, it was an exodus. It wasn't. It was what you see from all these colleges. They had to purge scholarships to get down to 85 and then go from there, right? So completely agree with you, Real Dynasty. It was so premature, right? It was so, now if Alabama was at 83 scholarships when Saban retired and then you have all that, fine. We have a conversation at hand. That was not the case. That was not the case at all, right? And I love that comment because of that. What's funny is top tier talent is flocking to the Tide and it's killing the other fan bases. Exactly. And Shane, great point. Great point. Georgia lost about 18 players to the portal so far. And it's not because anything terrible is happening at Georgia. Whenever you are in Alabama or a Georgia and you recruit at this level in today's college football, you're going to have players hit the transfer portal. It's a natural process. It wasn't indicative of Alabama falling off. It was indicative of Alabama being so talent rich that of course you're going to have guys transfer. Of course. Tink says, Ty, you know anything about the tight end that committed from Washington? Well, Tink, I think this is a perfect time for us to go into our first segment. Anthony says, Ty, let's not forget Saban had a tendency to gray shirt a lot of players from the previous classes, so they're not considered. True, Anthony. But I think that if that was the case and those guys had better opportunities, especially if a scholarship was on the line, they probably would have taken that during the 30-day window. But yeah, no doubt about it. Saban had an unbelievable ability to manage a roster, right? One of the best. And I think he would have been a top CEO, right? Saban's so interesting because he would have been great at whatever he did. So let's get into this first one, the portal wins. And Tink asking about the tight end, Cuevas from Washington. Now, Tink, there's some interesting things. Noah Tyler saying about Will Johnson's tweet. We're going to talk about that, Noah. We're going to talk about that with this transfer portal stuff. So there were some interesting things, Tink, I noticed in terms of Josh Cuevas' stats, right? First and foremost, he had a little bit of a quiet year this past year, especially when you hold that in relation to the year previously. In 2022, my man went off. 58 receptions, 678 yards, 11.7 averaged, 6 touchdowns, right? So he got active in 2022. Then he, in 2023, only had 4 receptions for 164 yards, but averaged 41 yards per reception. Now that's interesting, right? To average that many yards per reception, that means you're a threat, right? You are an absolute receiving weapon. And Alabama already has got a really talented tight end room. It's one of the things I think is the most slept on aspect of Alabama. And I understand I said Nye Black earlier. It's because I felt like this even last year. There was a reason why I was so excited about Tommy Rees. It's because when I was watching Tommy Rees, I specifically went to that Clemson game. And I was watching Tommy Rees put Clemson in a terrible position. He had Clemson's defensive coaches guessing what was coming next because they were killing them with the use of 12 personnel and how they would fluctuate between 12 personnel, 21 personnel, 11 personnel. I mean, they were killing Clemson's defensive game plan because of the use of tight ends, because of the use of these formations, how they would go in and out, really fluid, the Notre Dame versus Clemson game. And whenever Rees was hired, I looked at the tight end room here and I was like, goodness gracious, this is going to boom. Well, it didn't happen quite as I thought, but I think when we look at this new staff, they are certainly going to get the tight end active. I think it's one of the things that stands the most out to me is how whenever you look at the Washington Husky offensive roster, how many guys got active. Not how many guys got a reception, how many guys got a carry, how many guys got active. And when I say got active, I mean they really did something. They weren't in just in fourth quarter as Washington was killing someone. Right? They weren't in the fourth quarter when Washington was killing someone. I'm talking about guys who were contributing. They had multiple wide receivers get active. They had a running back who was running on half of a pinky toe run for 1,200 yards. Dylan Johnson was phenomenal. Phenomenal for the Huskies. The only thing that hindered him was health. But he was fantastic for the Huskies. And then they got their tight ends active. There wasn't a phase of that offense at Washington that didn't get active. And because of that, I think Cuevas is a phenomenal addition. An absolutely phenomenal addition to an already very talented tight end room. Danny Lewis is a name to watch, but Caleb Odom is going to be real tough to keep off the field, especially in this new offense, right? Especially in this new offense, because he has the ability to be an instant mismatch, an instant chess piece you put out on the football field and say, let's start playing this game. You want to play checkers? Well, I'm here playing chess. How you want to solve this? You got Ryan Williams over there. You got Kendrick Law right here. You got Justice Haynes right here. You got Kobe Prentice over there. And then lined up right off the line of scrimmage, you got Caleb Odom. How you want to stop this? What you want to do? Because we're coming, right? Like the offenses that you can put together, it's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Will Sabb play safety or defensive back? Because that's the biggest answer for who plays. I think he's going to play safety, right? Like that Husky role. I think he's going to play one of those. But he's got the ability. And I see some people talking about him and Caleb Downs, right? Listen, Caleb Downs is special. But what I will say is this. There's not too many other teams that are going to lose a Caleb Downs, a special type talent, and get in a Sabb, another special type talent. Now, I'm not comparing the two. You guys know how high I was on Caleb Downs. I thought he was the number one player in the nation coming out of high school and banged my fist on the table. Right? Banged my fist on the table whenever he came in. So I'm not comparing the two, but what I will say is I don't think many teams out there are going to be lucky enough to replace one difference maker with another true difference maker at the safety position. I think that's really big. Alabama got one of the better safeties in the nation, I believe. He's got that upside. He's got great coverage skills. Very sticky in coverage, and he's fine coming up in run support. He has got a really interesting game. I think he fits perfectly into what we are going to do, and it's a great addition. Shane says Downs is 100, talking about like an NCAA rating. Downs is 100, Sabb is 97. See, it's so interesting because when I heard some of the games called, Joel Klatt is what messed me up. Joel Klatt kept calling him Sabb all season long. I watched about 8 Michigan games last night. And yeah, that's why I'm so excited about this kid, ladies and gentlemen, is I got done watching about 8 Michigan games last night. And I'm no X's and O's genius, right? I've said that before. I'm learning. I'm doing as much as I can to learn. I talk to former players. I talk to, all these people, trying to get as much information as I can. I don't think it takes a film genius to sit down, watch Michigan, watch this kid go out there and play and be like, oh, okay. Got it. He's one of those guys. He's one of those dudes, right? He's a difference maker. Bama Hater says all that production in Washington only put up 13 versus Michigan. Well, it's a good thing that they're adding in the best part of the production that took Michigan to the overtime of the game before. You're adding in all the best pieces of the team that ended up going to the national championship, but you're putting them on the team that took Michigan to overtime. All right. So I get what you're saying, Bama hater, but Bama already took Michigan to overtime. And if it wasn't for 34 bad snaps, maybe you're talking about a different thing. Then you add in the highest graded center in all of college football, Parker Brailsford. Yeah, Moon Rocco. No, you're right. You're 100% right, Moon Rocco, on how you pronounce his name. I went up and looked it up last night. Right? You are 1,000% right, Moon Rocco. You're 100% right on how you pronounce his name. It threw me off because Klatt, like, I would watch one game that Klatt called and he would call him Sabb, and then the next game it's Sabb, and I'm like, goodness gracious, guys, you're killing me out here. What am I supposed to do? But no, Moon Rocca, great call as always. Great call as always. You were 100% on the money with it. 100% on the money. So this is a big one. How about the deflected? I'm saying, man, in that game somehow made them a better pass than it would have been. I'm saying, man, you look at what he was able to do in the national champ. He was sticky. The best piece was Penix. Maybe Bama should have hired Harbaugh since he beat. Yeah, nah. I think Bama got one of the best players in the nation, or one of the best coaches in the nation, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. And Penix was a great piece, Bama hater, but Bama took Michigan all the way to the wire, and now they added in a center that grades far better. Add in LT Overton, add in a 5-star defensive back. Yeah, it's crucial hours out here. It's crucial hours out here. So, Sabb, great addition. And I said, I think that there is a principled argument that this could be the biggest win for Bama in the transfer portal. Now, if you are arguing who's a bigger win, Parker Brailsford. As we're looking through the transfer portal additions for Alabama, ladies and gentlemen, one thing we need to understand is what the previous staff was doing has carried over. And what I mean when I say that is, under Saban, if you look at the guys they got out the transfer portal, they were pretty selective. Right? They were pretty selective in who they got. And most of the time, when Bama struck out the transfer portal, it hit. Most of the time when that previous staff got someone out the transfer portal, put them into the fold, it was a hit. Landon Dickerson, Jake Coker, Gibbs, J-Mo, right? I mean, you got all these guys that most of the time, not always, but most of the time, you got these guys out the transfer portal. They came and they did good things for your team. They contributed. Even like a Jalen Key, you have an injury go down, he comes in and contributes. This new staff, though a game hasn't been played, and this is a bit presumptuous of me, it seems thus far like that trend is continuing, where Alabama has the ability right now to continue adding in a few more guys via the transfer portal. We talked earlier, they have a bit of wiggle room on the roster right now. But you got to add the right guys in from the transfer portal. And that's what I love. The new staff is being very selective with who they're adding via the transfer portal. And I think it's mirroring what the last staff did in terms of when you get someone from the transfer portal, odds are they're going to be a contributor. Odds are it will work out because you're just not getting 45 guys via the transfer portal and saying, well, let's throw it all at a wall and see what sticks. That's not been Alabama's approach. Caleb King says, Ty, sounds like you and Smook have different takes on players from the portal, which is okay, but it's still interesting. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know, like, outside of guys who didn't work via the transfer portal for Alabama, I mean, Henry To'o came in, contributed. Jalen Key came in, contributed. Landon Dickerson, Jahmyr Gibbs, J-Mo, Jake Coker won the national title at Alabama. Certainly you have guys like the quarterback, Ty Buckner, who didn't contribute. And then you had the cornerback from LSU, Ricks, who didn't contribute as much. But when I look at it, for the most part, they hit pretty high. That last staff did in the transfer portal in terms of getting guys in there who ended up contributing. So yeah, no, it's an interesting conversation. Tyler Steen, great one. Another one that came in and contributed. I can only think of one or two guys that didn't come in and contribute. Right? I think there's only one or two guys I can think that didn't really come in and contribute. But listen, the thing is, we could be looking at it through different lenses, right? He could be talking about like next level contributions, whereas I'm just simply talking about like, hey, they came in and made an impact, right? So it's a completely fair conversation. Completely fair conversation. The wide receiver, yeah, that one didn't work, Shane, no doubt about it. The wide receiver from Louisville, he got hurt. Tyler Harrell, yeah. Jermaine Burton was a big contributor. So yeah, it can be as simple, Caleb, as just different lenses of looking at it, right? Like that's why in debate, one of the first things you'll always see me do is ask for definitions. Because if I can get definitions, then we can all operate on the same field. Like we can be looking, I guarantee we'd agree, but we're just looking at it through a little bit different of a lens. Malik Benson wasn't a transfer. Dino. Malik Benson was a community college commitment. Caitlin with the 1 month. Thank you for the 1 month membership, Caitlin. She says, went to Tuscaloosa, brought home stomach virus. Prayers, please, undefeated. Miserable, but still here, undefeated. I hope you get better soon, Caitlin, because, listen, that sounds miserable. Absolutely miserable. I hate any sort of stomach bugs. My wife is a teacher, and yeah, I am sick all the time because of that. I am sick all the time because of that. Hope you get better. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for rocking out with us here. So, if we're looking at the rest of these portal wins, right? If we're looking at the rest of these portal wins, Parker Brailsford, if you're not arguing that Sabb is the biggest addition, I think Parker Brailsford is the one that you're like, okay, that's a dude. Highest graded returning center in college football, the second highest graded center in college football last year. And when you look at Alabama's offensive line problems, that interior of Alabama's offensive line is going to be absolutely dangerous. Absolutely dangerous. Jermaine Mims says, Ty, do you think a tight end is expected to transfer since DeBoer brought in a tight end from Washington? Maybe, Jermaine. But I also don't think that that's necessarily like a crazy thought because the spring portal window is still ahead of us. And, you know, it's one of those where college football is one of those things right now where it's all over the place. Ty, take vitamin D3 and zinc with copper. Trust me, I've been taking some stuff to help me out. It's been pretty great. It's been pretty great. Outside of those two, LT Overton, transfer portal edition, I've talked about at length. I think that this is a guy that's going to come in and be massively impactful. When you're looking at LT Overton, one thing I think we need to remember, there was a point in time where he was the number one player in the nation in his respective class. Then he reclassified and still maintained top 15, I believe it was, ranking. He's a difference maker. I've said this before. I think A&M didn't play him in his natural position. I think that they looked at him and said, okay, you're an athletic phenom. Let's see what you can't do rushing off the edge instead of having him as a defensive end. I think you put a little bit of weight on him. I think you place him kind of at the same spot you had Justin Eboigbe. I think he is going to be an absolute menace, right? So when I look at both the offensive and defensive lines and what work they've done via the transfer portal, I think it's been fantastic. Your offensive line, your interior is going to be the strength of that offensive line where you're going to have Booker, Brailsford, and Roberts. That's an insane guard center combo. Booker, Brailsford, and Roberts is an insane guard center combo. Then on the outside at tackles, that's really where you're looking to see what happens, right? That's really where you're looking to see what happens. You add in Jeremy Bernard to the wide receiving room. He knows the system. And that to me is key. One of the things I've talked about all the time is when you're in college, rarely are your tutors professors. When you go and get tutoring in college, rarely do you sit down at the table and someone exponentially older than you sits down across from you. Typically, in college, whenever you go get tutoring, you're being tutored by a peer, maybe a graduate student, right? But someone who more or less is a peer. The reason why I always bring that up is because it's easier to digest information when it's coming from one of your peers. It just naturally is. I don't make the rules. That's just the way it works. And I want you to think about that in terms of everyday life. If one of your friends is explaining something to you, it's probably going to be easier to digest that than if someone is talking at you, right? It's one of those situations. The reason why Jeremy Bernard is so big is not only the ability that he gives Alabama in terms of what he can do, where he can be a difference maker for the Crimson Tide as a wide receiver, but also if we think about that, plus his ability to be a tutor, that right now, as it currently sits, he's the only wide receiver on roster that knows what Shep wants to do, that knows what DeBoer wants to do, that knows what Nick Sheridan wants to do. He's the only one. He's the only one that knows the intricacies of how Shepard likes things coached. That's going to be huge as spring comes around for Alabama to get somebody that has that understanding of the offensive system. To me, that's going to allow the wide receiver room to hit the ground running. And the wide receiver is a position that you already kind of think they're going to be able to hit the ground running, but especially whenever you have a coach at the caliber of Shepard and you have somebody that has that innate understanding. Right? They have that innate understanding coming in. Jay says the weak spot for me is probably corners because of the lack of playing time. Listen, I don't think that that's a crazy take, Jake. I think if you're asking where the biggest question is, right? And someday travel 100%. You got a tight end that knows the system now as well. And you have Parker Brailsford that knows the system. So you look, the offensive line, you have someone there. And at the most important position, that center position. That's huge. Huge. Right? Absolutely massive. But great point, Travel. And you have the tight end. Kareem, my man, thank you for being in here. Thank you for being in here. So then we go to the secondary, which Jay talked about, and Jay said that's where your biggest question and or concern is. And I think that's perfectly reasonable, Jay. And this is what I've always said when someone says that. The question and concern is not talent. It's not. That secondary has got talent. Would you like more depth? Sure. But, I mean, wouldn't we all like more depth, right? I think all of us as college football fans would like more depth. But what we do know is that the depth that they do have has a very high ceiling. Damani Jackson is someone who needs to get coached up, but he could be a difference maker in this defense. And speaking of Damani Jackson, there was a tweet that went out yesterday that was deleted very quickly, but a tweet that had tagged both Damani Jackson and Keon Sabb. And that was from none other than Will Johnson, corner from Michigan. And if you look at a lot of these early lists of top cornerbacks in college football, he's top 3 on pretty much every list out there. In terms of returning cornerbacks, he's top 3. He's top 3. Steven says Bernard will definitely contribute at wide. Yeah, 100%, Steven. And don't get me wrong, when I talk about his ability as a tutor, I don't mean for that to sound like I'm undermining his ability, right? Like, that's why I led off with his ability. He has the ability to contribute anywhere as a wide receiver, but it is the total package when you can contribute, but then also you're the guy that knows the system. That's awesome. That is absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. The Real Dynasty says if Jackson gets trained right, Alabama playing no-fly zone knockdown D. He has the ability. He was just in a defense with USC that was absolutely pain to watch. Absolutely pain to watch. I mean, that USC defense was all-time bad. All-time bad. He's in a much better situation now. Much better situation now. But Will Johnson tweets. Jay says, what about the tweet, Ty? Will Johnson tweets tagging Keon Sabb and tagging Damani Jackson and then deletes the tweet. Now, for those, Jay, that have known, Damani Jackson and Will Johnson were very close through the process, right? Damani Jackson and Will Johnson were very close through their recruiting process. So close, in fact, that many thought whenever Damani Jackson hit the transfer portal that it was a 2-team race between Bama and Michigan, and it really was. But people thought, hey, Michigan could be a team to watch. People saying, what did the tweet say? He just tagged Keon Sabb and Damani Jackson. Will Johnson did. And I think it was the eye emoji. Isn't that right? Undefeated? Wasn't it just the eye emoji after he tagged those two guys? And if you're really reading into it, it can seem like he was saying, oh, are we going to be able to play together? Are we going to be able to play on the same roster? Right? Like that's where I think it gets really interesting. I think it was the eye emojis. But he was talking about how, yeah. That's the implication of that tweet. I'm seeing right now if I can actually, if I can find the exact tweet. But that's what's going on in the transfer portal, ladies and gentlemen. It has been an eventful time. But Greg says, Will Johnson and Mason Graham come on down to Tuscaloosa. 100%. That would be awesome. Let's get into these stability and a look at the staff, because these two topics kind of go hand in hand. Yesterday, we were talking about the importance of Alabama having stability. Right? Ty, I've been unusually... Jay, as always, my man, I just appreciate y'all being in here. You guys are the absolute best. Bama Hater says, it's funny how Bama fans clown Big 12 and Pac-10 defenses, but when their players join Bama's team from the portal, all of a sudden they're gonna be great. Make it make sense. Scheme. Easy. Man, Ty, I've missed a lot. Yeah, it's all good, Jeff. Happy to have you here. No doubt about that. But let's talk about what Alabama had yesterday, then didn't have yesterday, and then just had once again. Yes, Matt, we got a tight end from Washington. Cuevas had 4 receptions, over 150 yards, averaged 41 per. But if we look the year prior, this dude was getting a ton of play. Had 678 yards. And was really getting active. So it's going to be one that we watch. So let's talk about this next portion, the stability. Because yesterday during my segment, I was sitting here saying, hey, Bama just got their offensive line coach. Bama just got their tight ends coach. 2 for 2. 2 for 2. Not long after that happened, and I gave a whole soliloquy about how Alabama is getting back to something that is so important, that's stability. And that's not coach's fault. That's not Coach DeBoer's fault. That's not anybody's fault. That's the current landscape of college football. I think inherently at some level, instability is the current landscape of college football. So you have to try and be as stable as possible. Absolutely have to try and be as stable as possible. And in doing all of that, yesterday, it felt like stability had finally came about whenever Alabama had settled on the coaching hires. Lo and behold, not an hour after I gave the whole stability speech, Inge leaves for Tennessee. Now, there's a lot of talk about this on Twitter. I wasn't deeply concerned about this move. And the whys are fairly simple. Listen, when you hear about Inge, that's a guy that people love. People love him. So I certainly wish him all the best. I thought that he would have been a fantastic addition to the staff. Right? But I was intrigued to see how it would go. So when he left, you instantly had another void. In comes Christian Robinson from Baylor to fill the void from Inge. Now, when I first began this segment, I had a little bit of a hot take that I think Alabama may have upgraded in that position. And I stand by that. Cook 'em Up says, where did Inge go? He went to Tennessee. All right. Bama moves quickly. and they get Christian Robinson. Now, Christian Robinson is from Georgia. He played for Georgia. He has coached in the SEC for Florida, for Auburn, and we got him from Baylor. Now, the interesting thing to me is Robinson was named the American Football Coaches Association's 35 under 35 listing in 2022. He has been able to recruit at a decently high level. And he understands the SEC landscape. I think that there's a decent argument that Bama may have upgraded that coach. And one thing I want people to understand anyways, the reason why I wasn't tripping whenever Inge left, Womack is going to be coaching inside linebackers. And yes, Inge was going to be edge rushers, right? But the way that's working, I'm not too worried about that, right? But I was over the moon whenever they're like, oh, you're getting in this guy. This is one that I'm interested in. And on top of that, when you look, he had some success at some of these places, man. And I understand. I've saw a lot of Florida fans kind of laughing at this hire. And they were saying, oh, he didn't do well at Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, he was a part of that Florida staff that had Grantham as the defensive coordinator. He was a part of the Florida staff that had Grantham as a defensive coordinator. I don't know if y'all remember the Grantham, Florida days, but I do. It was bad. It was bad. It was not good. And a lot of people are blaming Christian Robinson. He didn't have anything to work with. That defense was terrible. I remember making a video on my channel saying, how in the world is Florida bringing back Grantham? We as Bama fans said 3rd and Golding. I was on my channel saying 3rd and Grantham. All he did was untimely blitzes. Tor, you're so right. You're so right. It made no sense. It was the most perplexing thing. The most perplexing thing. But now, stability looks to be here. Now, I say that, and I need all 389 of the undefeated in here to knock on some wood, because it finally feels like stability has arrived for Alabama. You have your coaches. The dust has settled. You replace the offensive line coach. You replace the tight ends coach. By the way, that tight ends coach, the more I dig into Brian Ellis, the more I think Bama just got a rising star. The more I dig into the Brian Ellis hire, the more I think Bama got a rising star. I love that hire. And I'm going to tell you why. Because when he was at Georgia Southern, he inherited an offense in terms of passing that was not very good. They were outside the top 100. 1 year of being there, he had them as a top 15 passing unit. That's impressive. He's a young guy. I think Brian Ellis is going to be one, and I hope I'm right on this. I think Brian Ellis is going to be one that we look back a year, 2 years, 3 years even, and say, that was one. They did it, right? DeBoer and company, they got a dude right there. They got a guy that is going to be able to do something for years to come. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, hit that like button. Really helps the content get out there to all different people, helps with the YouTube algorithm. Kind of as a quick aside, your likes, your comments, you're watching the videos, your interactions, you're subscribing, all of those are classified as interactions per YouTube. Every interaction you can get on a video increases the ability for its reach. It increases its place in the algorithm. So anytime you're enjoying the content, just drop a like. That really does help. Those small little actions help far more than I think some people realize. And YouTube is just that way, unfortunately. YouTube is just that way, right? Moonrocker said, that's what I've been saying, Ty. Brian Ellis is like Shep. You want to leave? Okay, we're good. Sheridan, Monster, first year off. We got a guy. Now, don't get me wrong. I want to keep Shep. I want to keep Shep. But that's because Moonrocker, I'm really big on Shepard. I'm not going to lie to you. The more I look at Shepard, the more I'm like, man, oh man, oh man. Did Bama come in here like the Grinch who stole Christmas, went right into Whoville, loaded up the packages, and no, I hear you. I hear you. You're 100% right, Moonrocka. I'm speaking more idealistically right now, and of course you're more rooted in reality right now. But you're 100% right, and I think people need to understand this. Moonrocka here has a great point here. Moonrocka has a great point here. Ellis has this ability. And now you're putting him under one of the foremost premier offensive minds in college football, DeBoer. The guy was already a rising star at Georgia Southern, and now you pair him with DeBoer. I think they got someone, ladies and gentlemen. I really do. I really do. Steven Scuba says Downs doesn't hurt as much for talent still here and price to keep him. I'm not going to lie. The Sabb addition really mitigates the Downs loss. And I'm not comparing the two. Downs is special, but Sabb has got special ability, man. Sabb has got special ability. It really mitigates that loss. No doubt about it. The haters should really learn not to judge a book by its cover. Nick Saban started at Toledo and became the greatest coach ever in the history of college. Yeah, listen, it's one of those things where can you coach or can you not coach? And that's why I really loved the Pat McAfee interviews. And I think that it does a lot of good for Alabama. And personally, I'm kind of hoping that they keep it up, even if it's a once a month type thing where Coach Kaylen DeBoer goes on Pat McAfee, and understand why. Because I think it's an easy recruiting tool. You get a coach that the only complaint we really have about him right now is that you just don't know enough about him. Well, you get him in front of Pat McAfee. You get him in front of all of those people. It helps people learn about him. Any questions you have get answered. But more than that, one of the things I loved is Pat McAfee has some former players on the podcast, and he was asking the former players whenever Coach Kaylen DeBoer was on there, and they were kind of making fun of people who were doubting Coach DeBoer. And I'm going to mess up the quote, but as close as I can get it, Pat McAfee was sitting there saying, oh, well, your wins at Sioux Falls don't count. They don't count. I mean, that was a lower level. And one of the former players piped up and he says, yeah, it's not like you were taking on Sioux Falls level teams with Sioux Falls level talent. And the point they were making is everybody is saying, oh, that doesn't count because you did it at a lower level. It's not like he brought in the 85 Bears to play against the team Sioux Falls was going to play against. He didn't have the 2011 Alabama Crimson Tide. He had a team that was comparable to the level of teams Sioux Falls was playing. He had talent comparative to the level of teams that he was playing. And he outcoached them. The guy can coach. Winners win. Winners win. And it's true. I got oatmeal. Caitlin, I will never give up the oatmeal cream pies. I will never give up the oatmeal cream pies. Bama Hater says Nick couldn't buy the best players with Dodge Chargers and Challengers anymore. Wasn't winning as Pat and couldn't compete with the portal. Bama Hater, Nick Saban was already doing great work in the portal. I think Bama was consistently one of the only 2 or 3 teams that would be a top 10 recruiting class and a top 10 transfer portal acquisition class. So that's not inherently true. In terms of recruiting, they just had the number 1 recruiting class in the nation and then followed it up with the number 2 recruiting class in the nation. And that's even after Saban retired and some of those guys left, including a 5-star in Julian Sayin, who, after he left, Alabama was still the number 2 recruiting class in the nation, including a top 50 guy in Jameer Grimsley coming from your state of Florida to the Florida Gators. So Bama was still recruiting at an elite level. They were still competing for national championships. I mean, all those things that you said they weren't doing seems to be things that they were doing, right? I get what you're saying, right? That college football was changing, but hard to say that Nick Saban couldn't recruit anymore when in 2 recruiting classes, I believe they brought in 11 5-stars in between 2 recruiting classes. Seems to be pretty good recruiting. Seems to be recruiting pretty good. Jeff says, look, DeBoer has proven everywhere he wins, just like Curtis Riggs. He said he would only come out of retirement because DeBoer, no matter what, he's a winner. Exactly. And that was what Pat McAfee and them were trying to point out. That winners win. Winners win. He was whooping tail at Sioux Falls because he had Sioux Falls level talent. He didn't bring in the 85 Bears to run through that level of football. Right? He didn't have the 85 Bears. Bama did win, though. Bama won the SEC, Bama hater. Yeah. Bama just won the SEC, Bama hater. Miami buying, that comment tells me Bama. Yeah, it's just, they just won the SEC. So, yeah. So as we're looking at the staff, as we're grading this, we now have to give new grades, right? We now have to give new grades because there's been new movement. And I'm sitting right here at a B+, right? A B+ for this staff. I think it's really good. I think Bama hater, I'm confused because Bama just won the SEC, so I don't know what you mean they couldn't win the West. Bama just won the SEC, so inherently they won the West. If you're going to play in the SEC championship, you have to win the West, and then they beat Georgia. I recently changed my entire diet. Okay, y'all are talking about health. Yeah, I need to get healthier. I ate too much Brahms. Hot take, if you have Brahms, go get Brahms. It's amazing. All right, it's amazing. So as we're looking at the staff, how would you guys grade them in the undefeated? How would you guys grade them in the undefeated? I want to hear your grades. Drop them down in chat. I'm saying B+, right? And I'm teetering. I'm teetering on B+. Jor as a whole. Yes, sir. As a whole. Zoltar says A-. I think that's acceptable. I'm teetering. Tink says tied. Does Sabb's brothers, Sabb, follow him in your opinion? I'm telling you, Moonrocka, Clat messed me up. Moonrocka. he got me so twisted. I will never forgive Clat for this. Do I think Sabb's brothers follow in your opinion? They easily could. Bama offered before Sabb hit the transfer portal, and I think that's big. I'll go A-, but I'm tired of the coming and going, Greg says. I think that's fair. Kadeem says A. I think A is fine. I'm at an A- to B+, right? I think that's where I'm teetering between. Tapped in Sports says A-. Jared says A. Jor, A-. I'm teetering between a B+ to an A-. That's raised the bar. I think you're right where I am. We are better. I'm trying, Moonrocka. I'm trying, but they don't want to see me win, and they're messing me up. And now I'm here making a fool of myself. So I'll never forgive Clat for that. I literally made a it's so funny. I don't have my notebook next to me, my other notebook, Moonrocka, but I actually have a note in the other notebook with your name in it and being like, Moonrocka is going to hate me. Because of Clat. Right? Because of Clat, because he has these pronunciations everywhere. So we see a lot of people. Z says C+, like a 79. Hey, Z, completely fair if that's what you'd give it. Let me know where you think you are disappointed, right? Because I think a C+ inherently says that you're disappointed somewhere. Let me know where you're disappointed. Because you might have a take that's completely reasonable. No doubt about it. Moonrock says I'm A- to B+ as well. I'll give them a 90. That's exactly about where I'm teetering, man. I'm every time I think about it, I'm like B+, and then I'm like, well, no, A-. I think that's A-. But then so I'm right there. I think either is a very acceptable answer. I think either is good. Oh no, I got my man. I I just was so irate last night when I was like, you've pronounced his name 15 different ways, Clat. Make up your mind. Hood Jesus Debo in the house saying, how is Josh Cuevas? So Josh Cuevas, Hood Jesus Debo, I think he's very talented. I think when we look at this, last year, Cuevas had a relatively quiet year, but the year before that, he was spectacular for Cal Poly. The year before that, he had 58 receptions, 678 yards, 11.7 average. Now, this past year at Washington, he had 4 receptions, 164 yards, 441 average per. That's wild. That's wild. To average 41 yards per reception is actually insane. And I think he is a great addition to the tight end room. If you're worried about the tight end room, I think people in the undefeated has rightly pointed out, just remember Alabama lost a tight end to the transfer portal and Amari Niblack. So you were able to kind of just get back, right? You were able to kind of just get back. Crimson Blood says, top of the morning, undefeated. Hey, undefeated is already locked in. Locked in. Ty, just being hypocritical. What if Kaylen wins the national championship and also gets the #1 recruiting class in 2025? What do you think the call? If that happens, college football is going to be in a bad place. And not for us. Not for us. But for everybody else, it's going to be like, oh no. It's back to being in this position, right? Ty, Bama hater says, Ty, blah, blah, blah. Bama's coaching staff is an A+. Thank you for thinking Bama's coaching staff is an A+, Bama hater. Hey, guys, listen, you even know that the staff is good whenever someone from outside the fan base is saying they're an A+. So that's good to see. So Cuevas is what, a sophomore? I believe he is a junior, but I think he might have redshirt status. No, I think he's going to be going into his junior year. I'm actually not 100% sure about his classification, Jeff. I think he's going to be a junior, but I could be wrong on that because he's listed as a sophomore right now. But he also, I don't know if he was able to redshirt any of those years, what the situation was prior. So that's going to be a good one. Batman says, B-. I'm not a huge fan of the offensive line coach. So I was a big fan of Huff. Really excited to see what he could do. And I must admit, the more I look in to the offensive line coach, the more excited I do get. Anthony Peters says, y'all do realize DeBoer made the coaches that left. Nobody knew who they were or wanted them prior to working for DeBoer. Bama is still going to be Bama, and the haters. Yeah, 100%. I love that comment, Anthony. I really do like this comment. And I would like to unpack it. No, Bama hater, I read the rest of your post. I just set out the part that I thought was applicable. What's your prediction for Georgia, Oklahoma, Tennessee, LSU, Auburn, Wisconsin, Missouri? I feel good about pretty much every single one of those games. Georgia is going to be interesting, but I also don't know what Alabama looks like right now. So after the spring, I'm much more comfortable giving predictions because I don't know if they're going to do more transfer portal work. I don't know how any of that's going to look. So once I get a clear indication, I'll certainly give you predictions. But when I look at that list, I think Alabama has the ability to beat any of those teams. Georgia is always going to be interesting because Georgia has stability. Georgia is going to be a game everybody circles because Georgia has stability. That's going to be a great game. The Real Dynasty with the $4.99. Thank you so much, Real Dynasty. Thank you so much. What if KD wins the national championship and gets the #1 recruiting class in 2025? What will the haters say? Is Bama really done? That's they will lose their minds. If that happens, the Real Dynasty, the Bama haters out there will absolutely lose their minds. They'll be irate. Z says, losing Huff is a major hit. I don't care how you spin it. And Grubb, also not as much as Huff. I can't give this an A, and I'm not a fan of the offensive line coach at all. So 79, I'm not worried about the team, though. That's fair. I think that don't get me wrong, I would have loved Huff, but the more I do look into the offensive line coach, the more I do like it. I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do. Well, Bama hater, that's why I didn't just simply say A-Day. It's not like I need to see something out of A-Day. I need to see what the roster looks like. I need to see if Will Johnson comes over, because if Will Johnson comes over, if he enters the transfer portal and goes to Alabama, that's a totally different situation. But when I'm looking at this, Bama hater, Georgia's the team that you circle, right? Oklahoma has a new offensive coordinator. Oklahoma has to replace their entire offensive line. Oklahoma has a new defensive coordinator. Oklahoma has a new quarterback. They have to replace some pieces to that team, right? So Oklahoma is going to be a team that's interesting, but they have the ability. They have the coaching. I really like a lot of the coaches on their staff. I will give the Sooners that, no doubt about it. I really like a lot of the coaches on their staff. I think they've hired a really good staff. Todd Bates, the defensive line coach, co-defensive coordinator. But they have a lot of new, right? They have a lot of new. Missouri's going to be interesting. Missouri has got a very talented core, but are they going to be able to replicate success? It's one thing being the hunter. It's another thing being hunted. Two totally different things. You're not the hunter anymore if you're Missouri. You just showed everybody that you are a predator, and now they are coming to hunt you. There's a massive difference between being hunted and being the hunter. Now they're being hunted, right? Now they're being hunted. LSU, they have got to replace their entire defense, Bama hater. I mean, that was a defense that was one of the worst defenses in all of college football. And I understand that they changed the staff, but how much are you going to be able to improve that defense in 1 year? Listen, whenever I apologize for slapping the mic, whenever I talk about improvements from year to year, if you go from 100th to 50th, that's an insane improvement. So if LSU goes from like 122nd, which is where I believe they were in pass defense, to 50th, that's going to be an insane jump. But you're still going to be the number 50 pass defense in the nation, and that's not really where you want to be. LSU, though, they have to replace their Heisman Trophy winner. Nuss is there. He's very talented. But what are you going to do about those dogs on the outside? Now, LSU always has talent there, but are they Malik Neighbors? Are they Thomas? I don't know. Remains to be seen. When we talk about Wisconsin, Wisconsin's going to be interesting, but Wisconsin just lost some key pieces to their team and coaching staff. When we talk about Tennessee, I don't even know what Tennessee's quarterback play is going to be. Listen, I love Nico Iamaleava. But one thing we have got to acknowledge is that if we're talking about the Heupel scheme, Bama hater, it inevitably relies on quarterbacks being able to stretch the field north and south, which is why it was so good under Hendon Hooker, is because he was an experienced quarterback that knew how to utilize the pre-snap motion that Heupel was calling in order to find his matchup and explode vertically. If they can't do that under Heupel's scheme, he still has the ability to put together a good team, but is it going to be as dangerous? I don't know. Now, Auburn's a rivalry game. Because of that, those games are always a little bit different, but you don't play in that cursed stadium that is Jordan-Hare. And if you're not playing in that cursed stadium that is Jordan-Hare, I feel good. The Real Dynasty says Missouri ain't nothing. Well, listen, historically, you're right. They're coming off of a really good year, Real Dynasty. I'm going to give them that. I had Drink on the hot seat last year, and I had to eat a lot of crow because I thought that he, West Virginia's coach, would be two coaches we would be looking at possibly getting the boot. Drink had a great year. When the moment was the brightest. And on top of that, Missouri has got a really interesting NIL law that allows for high school players to start maximizing on NIL opportunities as soon as they sign to a university. And understand this, ladies and gentlemen, when I say sign to a university, I don't mean your national letter of intent. Per the Missouri legislation, as long as you sign a financial aid agreement, that's going to be enough to get you paid. And that is going to be interesting. Bama Hater said this is going to be Bama's first senior class without a national championship ring. It could be. But if that's the case, that's an insane stat that only proves to further how insane Nick Saban was. AJ Williams says, how big of a get is Sabb? Is he a suitable replacement for Downs? Yes, suitable replacement, no doubt about it. AJ, listen, you know how big of a Caleb Downs fan I was. I thought he was underrated coming out of high school, which is insane because he was a top 10 player in the nation. But I thought this is the number one player in high school football when I watched Caleb Downs. I can comfortably say that getting Sabb, I'm not saying he's Caleb Downs. I'm saying you lost a special talent at safety. You got a special talent at safety. Sabb has the ability to be a true difference maker. True difference maker. He has the ability to do massive. That's going to be a big one. Missouri playing in Tuscaloosa. They don't play in Alabama every year. They'll be nervous. Yeah, I think that's. Oh, Dr. 334, you know me. I like talking about anybody that gives me an opportunity to debate. We're going to debate. Fix the banner tie. Was that what you were talking about, Jor? Was the donation? If that was, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of the show where we have the one, the only Jake Merill in the background. Jake, you ready to come on this great Tuesday? Give me the thumbs up. Let's add him to the stage. The man, the myth, the legend.
What's going on, everybody?
Breaking
Are
news.
you there?
George
Can you
says
hear me
breaking
okay?
news has. Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay,
I can hear you
good.
perfectly. George says breaking news has it has Chris Robinson's name spelled. Got you.
Oh,
Got you.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, we'll fix that up, Jor. Good call. Good looking out. Jake, my man.
What's up?
How you doing?
I'm good. I had a good morning, man. It's been I don't know if I came down with like a cold or I just slept really hard, but but yeah, it's been a good morning, getting everything squared away, get a workout in. Love getting a workout in the morning. Feels good to get a workout in the morning. And then yeah, just catching up on all the evening news. I mean, pretty phenomenal, right? Like just everything that's gone on in 24 hours or less again. So, and I love it. I mean, I do. I think it's all positive news. So, but wow, a lot of stuff. But man, your segment was awesome.
Appreciate that. We had a lot to talk about. We talked about the portal wins. We talked about stability, the coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
We entertained some trolling. You know what I mean? We had a good time.
Mm-hmm.
We already have people, Jeff, in here asking for your opinion about the offensive line hire. So I think people are really excited to hear you talk about that. But before you get to that, Jake, I got to let you know, man, how high are you on Keon Sabb? Because I think this is a huge win for the Crimson Tide.
Oh, I think it's gigantic. I mean, if you guys have tuned in the last few days, I've talked about Keon Sabb a lot and talked about kind of why he would be important. And now it fits into exactly what I had said as far as that depth, right?
Exactly.
I'll tell you this, like this guy comes in this opportunity with where he's at, and I'm going to talk about him today some more, but where he's at in his career, or like getting, I guess, started in his career, because he still has 3 years of eligibility. I don't think people realize that. Like last year was 2023 is his red shirt freshman year. Okay, so this dude's young. So he's going to develop more. We're going to see him not just this season, but possibly probably another season as well. And I think he's a great filler too for losing Downs. Downs, I'm not going to take away. The guy's he's kind of a legacy player. And he has the genes in the background, to be that in the end. And I wish him the best. I really do, and he was awesome here at Alabama. Like great fun safety to watch. But I think with Keon coming in, you really do help shore up a little bit of that uncertainty with Downs leaving. And that's where it becomes a really positive feeling going forward into spring, into fall ball, and into the season when you have a player who is on the up and rising. I mean, he really is. He is considered, I think 247 Sports came out with this, but he was considered one of the top players to watch for this next season for a reason. So,
well, and then here's a question I have for you, Jake, as someone who played. The coaching staff with Sabb, and this is what stands out to me. when the moments of the season were the brightest, when the games were the biggest, that's when he was having his biggest moments.
Yeah.
As a young player, talk to us
Mhm.
about what that means in terms of a coaching staff, because it's one thing if the kid has started since day dot,
Mhm.
right? But
Yeah.
you're talking about someone who, as the season got more impactful for Michigan in the playoff
Mhm.
game against Bama, in the national, that's when they're calling this kid's number at the highest rate, at the highest clip. Talk to us about what that means from a player, but also what that means from a coaching standpoint. And then I'm going to get out of your hair and let you take
No.
over and do what you do.
Dude, I love having you here. Are you kidding me? It's awesome. But to answer your question in this kind of like two-part question, right? From a player standpoint, I think number one, right, this guy does not come in and start right away at Michigan. He backfills two starting safeties, right? Who and with injuries throughout the season. Not to mention, you have to also think of it this way, right? Okay, redshirt freshman season. So he's had a year there. Now he's in the mindset. He's ready to play. He's feeling more comfortable with the defense. But then we saw Michigan have all this drama last year, right? With Harbaugh, with coaching suspensions, with constant. It felt like change. Good for Michigan. They were able to play through that. But for a player's perspective, an individual player, that's something almost it's difficult to do, because how do you push out all of the noise, right? Because there's a lot of noise coming from the outside into that locker room. So yeah, from a senior standpoint, they're got a lot of seniors, a lot of upperclassmen, right? But for the younger guys, such as Keon Sabb, right, is that it's harder to push out because you're maybe not used to it as much. And
True.
for him to come in, step up into a role that he's not starting, okay, not starting, step into a role with the outside noise and play to his honestly some amazing potential and probably his max potential at that time frame, and make plays, not just fill a hole, not just be a body on the field, right? And Matty P, good morning to you, my friend. What's up? But he comes in and makes plays. I think from his mindset as a player, that guy is going to thrive in this defense. We are going to see him start for sure. I'll tell you right now, that guy's coming in here and he's going to thrive. He doesn't, Michigan gave a lot of similar looks with their defense and how they ran their defense. And that's what I think I really like about him too, is it's not like he's coming in unfamiliar to the way the scheme is going to work and some of this pass defense from their zone drops are going to look. And he is going to be, I mean, I've said it before, but he's going to be a really good kind of look to take over the rover spot. I really do. That would be your strong safety or rover spot. I really like him there from a standpoint of how he feels the run and his ability to get into passing lanes, and he has a feel for just the right spot to drop into. I'll tell you, like from a coaching standpoint, to see a player like that make these strides, I guess, right, in his overall development, but then have the mentality to step in, all right, and make plays at this sort of position with the amount of pressure that was on Michigan this last season. You have to give him a round of applause. And as a coach, you have to feel really good that this guy's foundation, this guy's mindset is all in the right place. I watched the video on him. I was kind of coming out of his high school time frame, like I was just a kind of a hype video, but all about like getting the work done. And it was really cool to watch because there's not a lot of players who put out hype videos on just doing the work. They put out a lot of highlights on big hits, tackles, interceptions, right? His hype video was just, I'm ready to work. That's the mentality you want as a coach, especially coming into this season. Like, let's challenge each other in practice. Let's make each other better so that when we go into game one, we're ready to roll. And if we got players like that from a coaching side, man, I got to feel really good about the defense I'm going to put on this field or even the offense. And we could talk about that with Josh Cuevas, right?
100%. 100%. I love that answer. And the thing I love, he doesn't have a diminished ability in terms of run stopping or his ability as a defender in the secondary, right? Like he is supremely gifted covering wide receivers, covering tight ends, and then stepping up in the box and stopping the run.
Yeah.
Safeties like that make an impact. Love it.
Impact.
Jake, Can't wait to see your segment, my man. I'm going to pass the torch to you. Do an unbelievable job, as always. We're going to get together maybe this coming Monday. We'll get you over on Around the Table Sports in an evening live stream. And I'm trying to, we're coordinating with Hayes Fawcett. I don't know if you're familiar with Hayes, but
I know Hayes well, man. Yeah.
He and I, we're trying to coordinate a little joint podcast, a little through the Hayes type action. Ty Hayes and Hayes Fawcett, and he's a good dude. He's a really good dude. Excited to get him on the podcast. But I'd love to get you on, ladies and gentlemen. Jake Merill here to take over. He is going to absolutely kill it as always. Give him the love, give him the respect he deserves because he has got insight you're not going to get on a lot of other stations, right? You have a former player in here talking to you about what he sees. That's just stuff that usually you have to pay for to watch. You're getting it right here for free. Thank you for everybody in the undefeated. Jake, my man, I can't wait to be sitting back watching your takes and killing it as always.
Hey, thanks, my friend. I appreciate it. Ty Hayes, everybody, Around the Table Sports. Get big shout out. Like, love his stuff every single time. He kills it when he comes on, and you guys know you love that content that he puts out. And hey, if we get this scheduled out with us to get on and chat in the evening with yours, everybody tune in because we're gonna have some really good stuff and continue to bring it in contribution to also Bama football on YouTube. So
we'll make some time.
No, for sure, it'd be a lot of fun, man. I would love to. I'm all about it. So.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will see y'all tomorrow. Until then, roll tide, and as always, have a good one.
All right, Ty. Roll tide, my friend. Yo, everybody. How you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you all are having a good morning. Like I said, I got a hell of a workout in this morning. I feel good. And first off and foremost, I want to also say thank you to the staff and all the guys who come on. If you guys catch the show throughout the day, we have some great coaches and content creators and guys who come in here who provide you awesome info, and it's a lot of fun. Appreciate Kyle, appreciate T in the background, and obviously you get to see her pop in more often too. That's been awesome. Absolutely love it. So from there, I will say very, very much appreciated by everybody here and welcome me. Let me give you some shout outs this morning. I know I've seen a lot of them while I was kind of doing a quick breakdown, and I want to say hi to everybody. I know there's a lot in here and I'm missing some, and I'm trying to scroll up to get to some of them. So if I miss you, just keep shouting out and I'll say what's up. So we got Nova Speed 3, what's going on? Vanna Carter, how you doing? Moon Rocka, love seeing you in here, my friend. Chad Campbell, what's up, brother? DR334, yo, Jor, man, always here giving great facts too. Kareem, what's up, man? Caitlin Ingle, hey, how you doing? Maddie, what's going on? Jeff, how you doing? Let's see here. We got Steven Scuba, what's up? Rocket Town, how you doing? Louie, how are you, man? How are you? Brian Russell, what's up, my friend? Todd's in here. We got Kina Bina, what's up? Love it. Let's keep going through here. K Spread, what's going on? Manuel, what's up? Yo. Who else we got? There's a lot going on. James Crick, what's up, my friend? We got more in here too. Jay Townsend, my brother, what's up? Love hearing Jay. I heard Jay called in, I think, last night too. That was a good one. I liked that. I listened to it a little bit. It was really good. You had good questions, Jay. It was awesome. Walt, what's going on, friend? Jeff's in here too. If I already hit that one up too, Rocktown, I got you too. Todd, Patriot Life, what's going on? Patriot Life, man, the donating machine. He always donates some great memberships. We appreciate that. Tons of fun listening to everybody come in here. Cook them up. What's going on? Who else? Juvie, what's up? Brad, what's up? Who else? Eric, let's go. Patrick Carlisle, what's going on? Shane Brown, what's up, dude? The Real Dynasty. Yo, Colin Bellew, what's up, man? So we got a lot in here. Philip, Eugene, what's up? Caleb, what's up? Gil, what's up? Refried Confusion, what's up, man? Again, Hollywood, what's up? I love it. So I really appreciate it. I want to give those shout outs to all of you and thank you for joining in. Brett, what's going on, my friend? And just say hi, man, because I love being here with you guys. All right. Love being here with you guys. And Jeff, I'm going to touch on this. Jeff says, didn't know we need another tight end. I am going to touch on this today as we go through my segment with the Merill Report here on Bama Football on YouTube. Remember, if you haven't already, please run those thumbs up. Thank you for being here. Subscribe. And as we go through, too, make sure you throw out those super chats. Those are great ways for me to get to your question right away. Otherwise, sometimes it might take a minute. And Noah, what's going on? Lax, what's up? But yeah, we will talk about the tight end and bringing in another tight end and why I think Josh Cuevas is a good pickup and what he can bring to Bama. All right. And also we're going to go into Keon Sabb some more. And I know I've talked a lot about him, right? I really have over the last few days. I tell you, this is one of those things where we are starting to feel some momentum in a way. I know we just again with more coaching news and changes through the evening. I spoke on him yesterday when we had the Coach Cap, we're going to call it, right? Coach Cap and Coach Ellis getting picked up with Coach Cap of the offensive line. We're going to speak to that. You guys had questions this morning of my honest opinion on the offensive line coach. I love that. Eric, how you doing? And I'll also say this is I want to talk on Ellis some more too, because I really like Ellis. I'm very excited about Ellis. I want to give you guys some more back history on him too, if you haven't seen it already. But Ellis is one where I think Coach KD is doing something that is very, very smart and playing this in a very unique way. So I love it. Updates from the weekend, right? And coming up, we know that the fourth quarter program has started. University of Alabama. We got to see if you jumped on Bama Online or 247 Sports, but Bama Online through BOL does a great job, right? Bama Online football. They do phenomenal. Love seeing their stuff. George T, what's going on, man? I'll say this: like they put out some stuff on Twitter and whatnot. A lot of people have, but you saw Coach KD. I love that green hoodie, long sleeve he's wearing. I love that. I mean, I was looking for one of those. Man, you can't find like Bama gear anywhere. FYI, too. If you ever go on and start to look, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you're trying to find like certain sizes, like that. The Fanatics is sold out all the time of everything. I'm like, how do you guys make all the money if you're constantly sold out? Like, restock, man. Come on, it's been like a month or 2 or 3. Because I was looking at some of the stuff that Coach KD was wearing. I'm like, man, this is some cool gear. I love this stuff. Yeah, they're always sold out. So hopefully they'll stock back up. But man, he looked good out there, right? And we had the players really putting in that work, and which is exactly that time of year. That time of year, absolutely love it. Cody, how you doing, man? Roll Tide to you, brother. It's exciting to see because now we know it has started. It has begun. And it's interesting too, as it has gotten started, is that all this information starts coming out left and right. It just feels like a real positive swing. Did we do it on purpose? Right? You know what I mean? Like that's a question, right? Is it for a reason? I think I love it. It's funny because we had just heard, right? And Jared, good point. Make sure, please, like I said, if you guys enjoy the content, but most of all, hit those thumbs up in the box and keep pumping those up. I appreciate it, and it means a lot to us and the staff here at Bama Football on YouTube. But I'll tell you, like, you know, there was an article that had come out, and it jumps into my first, or I guess my second topic, but we're going to use it as my first. But it jumps to my second topic, and that is the kind of the 25 recruiting. There's an article that had previously come out, right? And it said, you know, we hadn't heard a lot from recruits at some of these camps and stuff that guys are camping at throughout the year and trying to showcase their talents from a standpoint of, you know, getting recruited and getting ranked higher and getting noticed, you know, and competing. So they said that we hadn't heard so much about Alabama, that there wasn't necessarily negative talk, right? But it wasn't really any talk. Well, now we're starting to hear it. All right. Just on Sunday, we had the Under Armour Next Camp, which is an invite only, which I absolutely think is so, I love those camps because you really get to see those players at those camps perform. They're playing against studly talent. It's absolutely a lot of fun. So the UA Next Camp series, right? I think it was in Atlanta. Cynthia, how you doing? What's up? And what they do there, right? It's like they really stress skill development, but they'll run through those tests if you guys haven't seen it. Pretty awesome, pretty cool. Like they'll do 40-yard dash, you'll do your pro agility, you'll do your vertical jump. And that's fun to see. You'll see some head-to-head competition. You also see some one-on-ones. And these evals are meant to really kind of see where these players are at. Are we ranking them correctly? Are they meeting the talent level when they come in and they're playing against these other high talented players? And again, just how do they compete against top talent? Right? Let's see them. So these camps are pretty cool to hear about and hear kind of what other networks are covering on those guys. And Chad, what's going on? I will definitely get to your question. What's your thoughts on new tight end transfer? Do we have any coaches known for their recruiting? Bradley D. And you know me, just hope we can pick up some offensive linemen and a corner for experience. And that's by you know me. I'll tell you with all those questions real quick. Chad, when I get to the tight end, Bradley, I'll tell you this. These coaches are known for their recruiting. That's one of the more exciting things with let's see here with who we just bring in, Christian Robinson. Yeah, that's right, Christian Robinson. So for linebackers, he is known for his recruiting. You got to remember with some of these guys, they might not be the big names that we all want to see, because that's what gets us excited in the way of like, oh, we know who this is, right? We know their history. But I'll tell you one thing is these guys that he did bring in, besides maybe Coach Cap, who has a significant coaching history, and that's who you obviously see on the screen at Michigan State. And I covered him a good chunk yesterday, and I can cover him some more today. But these other younger guys like Brian Ellis, Christian Robinson, right? Like these guys are your hot names, and you want to bring in for a reason. And again, this goes back to what I had said earlier. I think KD is doing something very, very smart. So I will get to that right now. And you know me, just hope we can pick up some offensive linemen in a corner for experience. And probably you mean by that, and this is you know me's comment, right? Is what you probably mean by that is in the transfer portal. Well, we did just land something huge in Keon Sabb. That's going to play significant impact to that room and how it kind of allows people to move. I've brought this up before, I'll bring it up again. I think we'll see potentially one of our safeties moving out to one of these corner positions. And I'll address that as we kind of get through, right? So I will say, first and foremost, with the coaching hires, I love them. I'll tell you right now, my honest opinion is on Coach Cap. I love what he's done, right? Like if you look at Coach Cap, right, you look at his back history, and I covered this yesterday. He's considered one of the best in the nation. He has such a long history of coaching offensive line, as well as being an OC at North Carolina and a co-OC. I mean, the guy's a stud, but he's considered one of the best at development and recruiting. Okay, I like that. That's what I want to hear. This is going to be super, super exciting. I will say, okay, Batman says, I'm not a fan of the new online coach hire. Well, let me give you some facts, Batman, just before we jump into maybe saying, I don't like him. Let me just kind of pump you up and give you some things that you will like about him, right? And let me say this, there's some guys who put out, Moonrocka put this out, DR334, Ephraim, if you're in here, he put some stuff out yesterday in the chat talking about this dude with Coach Cap on the offensive line. One of those things that was very, very impressive, right, is we look at like the last 4 or 5 years, okay? 2019, he's at Colorado. As we know, right, like Colorado, not the greatest team, very hard to recruit to. Deion's doing a great job. Sanders doing a great job over at Colorado, okay? He's doing a good job. And Kristen, I see you. What's up, girl? I'll say this, like he's doing phenomenal at Colorado and good for him. But Colorado prior to that was garbage. All right, garbage. They have they have a national championship back in the day. And yeah, there was a documentary on it. It was really good. But other than that, Colorado, or before Dion got there, they were having some rough times. Well, while Coach Cap though is at Colorado, okay, Colorado ends up having they're third in sacks. I think fewest sacks in the Pac-12 at that time frame. They're from an offensive line standpoint for the 1 year he is there, 2019. He does a great job. And sorry, as I have to keep talking, I've got to grab some water or something to drink. So just 1 second there. All right, we ready to roll. So he does a great job for the type of talent he has. He does good, right? And he puts them into an excellent position. As we watched, right? Colorado goes on the next few seasons, and again, not very good. So he makes an impact while he's there for that 1 year. Right. And then from there, I think he's jumping over to, let's see here. Let me pull up Cap's background real quick because I got to look at some of these things with him. With Coach Cap, Colorado, 2019, right? 2020, he goes over to Michigan State. That's right. So he's at Michigan State. And as I said yesterday with Michigan State, when he's there, he's leading an offensive line that paves the way for Walker. Right, the third running back for the Seahawks got picked up there, and he's been a stud. And we all know with Walker, man, like when he was running, dude, he was phenomenal at Michigan State as a running back. Well, that offensive line in front of him is being coached by Coach Cap. I feel good about that considering the type of talent at running back we have here at University of Alabama. You look at just our 3 deep, right? I mean, that's impressive. That's impressive. We have a great 3 deep roster, and even more so with the freshman guys who are in at running back with Hill and Riley. But I'll tell you, like Coach Cap, the fact that he takes that offensive line, puts it in front of Walker, who is like I think that season for 2021, and someone tell me if I'm wrong, he's like Walker ends up leading the nation. With as a running back, and hence why he was such a stud. Miss Carter, how you doing? But yeah, so I mean that's pretty exciting. Like I like hearing that. That's good news. That feels really, really good to hear about this guy and like his work that he's done just in that short time frames, right? And that's the type of guy we want to come in there, right? And we want to do great work. Yeah, Kenneth Walker III, absolutely fantastic. And then we jump backwards a little bit, though. We want to look at Coach Cap while he's at University of North Carolina because he's there for 7 seasons. That's where we're going to see probably the most consistency, right? He coaches an offensive line, and that unit establishes like numerous school records. Okay, 40.6 points per game in 2012. 40.7 points per game in 2015, right? And during that time frame with him, he's not just coaching offensive line, but he's also working as offensive coordinator and co-OC. Again, great background, great history. I love that. Okay. Well, let's keep going though. So, and with records with total offense of 485.6 yards per game, 2012, 486.9 yards per game in 2015. Right. So the Tar Heels that season, let's see, in 2012, they're number 8 in the nation scoring offense. And then 2015, number 9 in the nation. Phenomenal. They also set school records for passing yards for 5 straight years, 2012 to 2016. All right. And then 2018, that offense only allows 10 sacks all season. 4th fewest in the nation. Okay. That's exciting. I love that. That's what I want to hear. That's the type of guy I want in this sort of offense. Okay. So what that's all being said right there is as a co-OC, as an OC, and then on top of that, as an offensive line coach within this process, and Dylan Durham, Durham, you said what's up, and also you're saying Mitch Trubisky, that's his year, 100%. And the coach who's calling that for Trubisky and also coaching that offensive line, that's the type of coach that I want in a system like this. And here's what I want to say too with that, right? Is I want to say that you know where Grubb, his background was in before he becomes an OC, even as he's an OC, his background is in offensive line work. So there's something to be said that KD likes a lot, where you have someone has a background with offensive line, and they have like OC knowledge, because now you can coach that offensive line the correct way to really help this offense excel, and you can trust that he's going to put things into the right terminology, the right processes to really help these guys excel within an offense that maybe has some unique complications. The fact that he does this over at with North Carolina, that has to feel really good considering what they did in their passing game. And Moonrocker, I don't know if you're still in here, right? Like, I'll tell you this is Moonrocker put something out. I think it was you, Mooney, but you put something out yesterday. There's 3 running backs drafted into the NFL out of that time frame, right? Like, that's pretty phenomenal stuff. So not only is this guy coaching the offensive line to bring in record passing numbers, but then he has these studly running backs who he's also feeding the ball to, and he has the scheme within his offensive line to excel. So now we're bringing that guy to University of Alabama, where he is going to focus solely. Okay, thanks, Moonrocker. That was you. He solely is focusing on an offensive line within a scheme that he is used to and excelled in at University of North Carolina. Like, that, man, I'll tell you what, like, that's very, very impressive. I feel really good about that. That is something that I want in an offensive line coach. If you're going to pick anybody, yeah, it might not be any of the names that we guessed, right? Like, all of us, Jor had a question yesterday regarding some of this was, we've guessed so many names. How come we don't hear about these guys on the back end? Like, how is it that nobody sees it? Well, the good thing too is with Coach Cap is his connection to Gillespie at North Carolina, right? When those running backs are studs at North Carolina that are going into the NFL, he's working with Gillespie. Okay. So that's exciting right there. That's something I'm pumped for. And to jump to the next one, right? Like, now we go and we look at Brian Ellis. Okay. In Sweet Home Bama. What's going on, man? How you doing? We go to Brian Ellis. Okay. And Brian Ellis comes over from Georgia Southern, I believe, right? Yeah, Georgia Southern. So he comes over from Georgia Southern. What I like about Brian Ellis, I like everything about Brian Ellis. You want to talk about like a hot upcoming offensive coordinator? He's not going to be one yet. Okay, right? He's coming over to develop himself even further in an offense that the nation has absolutely loved. But I'll say this. He's coming in a way that allows him to continue his own personal growth in being an offensive play caller. And I'll get into some of his back history too. But he's also coming in to really establish himself and almost be the next, as things transpire and Coach KD has success. We know he's going to have success. There's an article recently that just was released on how Saban feels about DeBoer, and he gave him a lot of praise. He truly thinks he's going to be very successful. And man, I'll tell you this, like, you look at what he's going to do and why he's bringing in certain people, right? He's not grabbing hot, huge, big names who are just going to come here, work for a year and bounce. Yeah, we might see it with some offensive coordinators potentially, defense coordinator potentially, maybe. We'll see how long that is. I got to say, with Womack, he had a quote just recently that was talking about, and I posted on I reposted on my Twitter, and Fowler with the Tide Radio, right? He had posted it. And I love the stuff that he puts out too, and the information he puts out in his show, but with Ryan Fowler. But I'll say it like this is with the facts that, like, Womack really truly believes in KD. He leaves that head coaching job where he's having success, right, at Southern Alabama, and he's doing a great job. Like, he jumps over here to work, and he says in his quote, like, he believes in KD. He believes in him. It's one of his best friends. These two, that's why I'm so excited on Womack, and I'll get back to Ellis in a second. But just putting this out there with Womack, like, he's coming over and he's saying, "Man, I'll tell you something. Like, I believe in KD so much that I'm leaving my position where I've had some success. I could probably promote from there as I continue that success. Instead, I want to come. I want to coach with him again. I want to have a lot of fun. All right, and then on top of that, like, I know the pressure of coaching in the SEC because he didn't have to come here." Yeah, Todd. Todd says, I checked out Ellis yesterday. Was impressed. Been a QB coach, receivers coach, OC, done good with it. Yeah, and I'll put out some more facts for you too here in a minute. But Womack didn't have to come here, but he did. And in the quote, he talks about, like, I know the pressures of the SEC, and I wanted, I really believe in what we do. You can come in here and coach at the standard of college football, which is University of Alabama. That is the standard, and you win. Winners win, right? And I'll say this is, like, he also knows, like, doing this with his best friend, that they are going to have success. There is no doubt in his mind, and there's no doubt in KD's mind at all. Zero. They know they're going to win. They are, like, to be honest with you, in the end of the day, like, they have all the pieces, the right pieces. And if we think they don't, because a lot of people on the outside, maybe if you're not an Alabama fan, you're going to say, well, look, you guys got destroyed with the portal. You guys lost all your coaches. The offensive coordinator left to the NFL. Okay. Like, again, like, these are all pieces. Every school goes through this to an extent. Michigan's having it right now. Multiple schools are going through it. And, everybody has that issue. The problem is with the other schools, when it happens to them, they do not just, like, continue to thrive, right? They fall off. Alabama, that doesn't happen at Alabama. Okay. That's not the case, especially when you bring in a coach who only knows how to win. He does not know how to lose. Go look at his record. Look at his background. You don't believe me? Do the research yourself. But I'll tell you this, like, with what he's bringing in on the backside, and as I just said with Womack, if you think Womack's going to come in here, okay, you think he's going to come in here and say, man, I'm going to take the spot. We'll see how we do. No. His dad, right? His dad was coaching the SEC for years. He has a reputation to maintain. In every place he has been, he's been successful. He's transformed defenses with less talented rosters, less depth, right? And now he's coming into the SEC with the most talented roster, with the most depth, with 5 and 4-star, high 3-star dudes. I'll tell you, man, like, this is amazing. And Jermaine Mims, what's up, man? Merill, is it me, or does it seem like DeBoer allow Roach and Gillespie to have a say in the two Baylor coaches? It seems they're connected to those two coaches. Yes, 100%. He did, and that's what you do when you promote guys. But DeBoer also, you can go back to look at him at Washington. He talks about that a lot with his coaching staff, right? He talks about how he communicates. And if you're a good boss, you're a good CEO, you're communicating with the people you put in place to lead parts of your team, right? You want that input, and you have to trust them. Like, it's not just the players who have to trust the coach. It's not just the players or the coaches who need to trust the players. It's the real part to success is the coaches trusting the coaches to implement the right things, to be able to speak openly, and to put together the perfect plan. Because that's once you put together the perfect plan, your personnel give and take a little bit here and there, but your personnel, you could have almost any type of personnel and win games. Now, I'm not going to say you don't need to have talent. You have to have talent, of course. But a very good example of what we just saw was at Washington over the course of 2 years. You look at that team 3 years ago, and you would have never guessed in 2 years they'd be in a national championship game. But now you take this cohesive coaching unit and put them together who believe in each other, are able to communicate and work together smoothly. And now you have success. You put a couple of pieces into place, you have success. And that's what he's doing in Alabama. It's not like he has to keep that same unit together. The whole idea is continuing to build relationships and continuing to bring people into your circle to help you get better and help them get better, right? And that's what he's doing with these hires. I think again, Coach Cap is a phenomenal hire. I think we are going to see dramatic improvement. I mean, look at where he's coached everywhere else. Okay, now he has the talent of an Alabama roster, right? With guys who are ready to work and prove themselves. If you guys don't think all this stuff being put out there about Alabama dropping in the rankings, Alabama's 2025 recruiting class being like 30th or in the top 30 only and garbage. If you don't think that's being put up on a bulletin board, for motivation material, you're wrong. That's the way it works. Like, please, I hope all these places and all these people keep talking just shit about Alabama, because what you're going to see is, like, when the season comes and KD comes in with these guys and their mindset, there's something about an underdog mindset. And the fact that you can even say that they're being considered underdogs at Alabama, really? I mean, that's something where you just have to shake your head and be like, there's no way. And that comes back to my point of saying what he's doing in the background, why he's being very smart, the type of coaches that he is hiring. So we will see as time goes on, right? Just like we saw with Saban, just like we saw with Saban. As Saban has success, coaches are grabbed. As KD has success, coaches are going to be grabbed and taken to new places. All right. And I'll say this, like, that's where you look at some of these guys he brings in who are up and comers, who are studly. We go back to Brian Ellis, right? Brian Ellis, he's an OC. He's breaking like multiple records with coaching. You look at his background as far as where he's been at. And so you got 2022 Georgia State, right? He has a record-breaking offense. Just phenomenal record-breaking offense. If I go back and I look at what they said about him in 2022, he basically takes them, turns them into this aerial threat. They broke just about every passing record under an all-conference QB with Kyle Van Treese, right? He finished the year with 4,253 passing yards. That's insane. 27 touchdowns. Okay. 3 receivers had over 700 yards in a ground game that turned out 23 touchdowns. So they ran for 23 touchdowns. Whoa. Impressive. Okay. That's pretty amazing. I love that. So then at 2021, right? Again, one of the top offenses, and that's at Western Kentucky University, right? He's coaching as a co-OC, and he's coaching wide receivers. Okay. And while he's there, 2021, as a co-OC, Western Kentucky's second in the FBS with 44.2 points per game, was second in total offense at 535.3 yards per game. They led the nation in passing yards per game at 433.7. I mean, that's insane. 10 different receivers with touchdown receptions, and then 13 different players caught at least four passes. Okay. Like, that's impressive. Then let's see here. He tutors Jareth Stearns, who's a semifinalist 2021 for Blinkoff Award. He's an All-American. He finished with 150 receptions, 1,900 yards, 17 touchdowns, and led the entire FBS. So that's what he's doing over there. Like, Studley. That okay. I like this guy, right? Like, the more I hear about him, the more impressive, right? 2020 and 19, he gets his first OC gig. Okay. He's a QB coach, right? He's helping that quarterback set records. We look at him at that one, and we look at what he did 2019, 2020. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see. Set the program all-time records with 279 consecutive pass attempts without an interception. Okay. Wow. Impressive. So he's doing some studly stuff. I mean, this guy's good. And then he's at 2018. You look at him, he's at USC. He's coaching JT Daniels, right? Who JT Daniels reclassified. So technically JT Daniels, that's his freshman year, but He should be actually a senior in high school his freshman year, but he reclassified. Okay. That's impressive. But what does it say with JT Daniels? Okay, so yeah, he comes out and he basically breaks records, right? Or breaks a record in his opening debut. So this is impressive. For at USC. Like that is wow. All right, I like it. And then prior to that, when he's at USC, he's also coaching quarterbacks and he's coaching Sam Darnold. And Darnold set school passing record for passing yards, the first 4,000 yard passer in school history, and total offense. That's wow. The most 200 yard games and 300, or most 200 and 300 yard games. Okay. So now we're seeing him just really excel as he continues from there on. And I think you're like, whoa, all right. So is this guy now, he brings in very similar style as what he did with Sheridan? Is he the next guy up? If Sheridan has success and gets grabbed to go somewhere else, is Ellis there in the background? And now KD does not have to necessarily go out and find more and more and more. I mean, yeah, he'll always have to, right? As guys get hired, he'll have to reload. But is he paying attention? Is that what we're seeing now? Is he's coming up with his own pipeline of coaches? And that's what I love. And then you look at the next hire, right? With Robinson. So we look at Robinson, and he has some studly stuff. I mean, Robinson has a hell of a background too, and I like that about him. I mean, I really do. Coaches linebackers. He's considered like a top young defensive mind. All right, that's impressive. And then over there too is Robinson. Let's look at his stuff real quick. I mean, he looks like he played at Georgia, right? Plays at Georgia. He's a grad assistant at Mississippi State, Ole Miss, in Georgia. He's he's 4 seasons at Florida, 2021, 20, 19, 18. Spends 22 at Auburn, looks like, and then goes to Baylor for 23. Yeah, that's okay. I like it. And a lot of guys like his recruiting. It sounds like from a recruiting standpoint, he's just absolutely killing it. 2020 as linebackers coach. I guess the linebackers were phenomenal at Florida. Gators go to SEC championship game and go to the Cotton Bowl. Like, all right. So this guy has a really smart way of coaching, and he's also an up-and-comer. I love it. Like, this is good. And Cookham, I wonder if we keep these coaches more than 2 years. I think so. I think maybe some of these younger guys, yes. But like, okay, so if you have these up-and-comers who are putting into positions to be successful, like look at Robinson. Robinson's a great example. He's going to coach linebackers with Womack. So what are they doing? They're doing the same thing that KD's doing on offense. As he worked and he groomed Sheridan, now he gets to work and help Ellis continue to excel, right? And Womack's doing the same thing on the defensive side. I think that's where we're seeing Robinson. I think people say that Robinson is a phenomenal recruiter, but also he's one of those top upcoming coaches. That's exciting. And I love that. And I think you see that in the way they're doing the staff and the way they're taking on this new challenge of coaches bouncing all over the place. We look at that. We talk about, I mean, there's so much to go into with like these coaching changes and what we could do, and I talked about this yesterday. How do we, maybe a little bit yesterday and the day before, but how do we fix this? How do we fix these coaches just constantly bouncing? And that's going to be the key, right? Do we create a window, a hiring window, right? Where for everybody at the same time, so we don't have all these, you're almost in spring ball and you're losing coaches here and you got to find a coach there. Like, that's crazy. That should not be happening, right? Do we set up a contract? Do we have like a 3-year minimum contract for a head coach? You can't leave. You can't just bounce, right? And I know guys are like, well, what about people should have the right to promote? And I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. But okay, if you're going to promote or you're going to leave, it has to be within a certain time frame, okay? Because otherwise, you screw the players over. It screws up, and then it screws up the entire system, because then we have players jumping in the portal who have multiple transfers. You shouldn't have multiple transfers. I'm sorry, but once you pick a place, okay, if it doesn't work out, you get one, unless there's an exception, emergency exception, okay? But you get one and then you're done. And then we take away like this NIL stuff, and that could be, we could go on for days about the NIL stuff, because it needs to be better regulated. You're putting guys in some really difficult situations. Yeah, it's great to get a lot of money, and I'm not saying don't pay them, but I am saying at the standpoint, like, how do we better these players' lives instead of just throw money at them? As we know, there's stories about all the NFL guys who get a bunch of money and go broke. Okay, we can't be doing this from a standpoint of young guys, young players coming out of high school, right? Like that wouldn't be fair, And Kareem, I think in order for them to leave, it has to be a higher position other than what they have, not some same position. I agree with you, Kareem. But I also think, like, even for coordinators, if you sign a contract for that year, you don't get to bounce. That's why I'm saying there's a window. You get a 1 year. Coordinators, I think you get a 1 year contract, right? I really do. That's what I think. I think it's a 1 year contract. You got to stay in place. Okay, or within a certain time frame, then maybe you could leave and go to the NFL or whatnot, right? These further promotions, but it all has to be within the same time frame. And we also have to figure out how can we do this in coordination with the NFL, because otherwise we're creating a huge issue and a lot of instability. Okay, it's difficult. I get it. Some people are like, no, that's dumb. I don't want to do that. Some people think it's crazy, but I'm gonna tell you this, man. I just think we have to figure out a way to solve this problem. And I'm just coming up with ideas, right? This is strictly my opinion. Everybody can have those opinions too and come up with their own ideas. And I think that's what you're seeing in the background. And I mean, Saban said it just recently when he was talking about what would Bear Bryant and Bobby Bowden feel like nowadays with everything going on in the portal. And that was on Bama Online, right? On 3. They had a great article about that. If you have a chance to go read it. I mean, it talks a lot about like this is just chaos and we have to do something. We have to do a better job. Okay. So again, going back to these coaches, I'm excited about each one of them. I think all of them, 2 of them, you have these great up and comers who are kind of underneath, right? They're underneath. It's quiet. Not a lot of people know about them. I think they're great hires. I think they're phenomenal. Maybe they're not big names on the stage yet, but they definitely are going to be. All right. That's for sure. And then I also think, like, from there, you look at Coach Cap, who has a lot of experience, but the biggest thing with him is his experience in an offensive thought process, an offensive that puts up big numbers, an offense that has the same maybe tendencies, maybe a little more complicated, right? I'll say this, like, from that standpoint, okay, you have to have the right people in place to coach in that sort of offense. I think Coach Cap brings that. And I did see a question, cook him up. Jake, you think Saban should have given an earlier notice on his departure? I mean, that's one of those issues where you run into, right? And that's where I would struggle with, is because you have this guy who hits this point, with Coach Saban saying, all right, I'm done. Like, I can't do it, man. Like, it's just too much. I'm ready to retire. I'm ready to move on. Okay, so how do we solve that issue? Because then you can't force people to stay if they want to retire, right? Maybe there's a better plan in place. Maybe we say, okay, hey, we need to do like a notice for this season if you are considering retirement. I don't know. Again, I'm just throwing out ideas. I know with some places they're like, hey, if you're going to retire this year, please give us a notice. And we're gonna do this. Just from my previous work experience, that's what I know happened with some other guys. We'll see. I don't know, but it's just an idea. Well, I mean, obviously there's a lot of very little details that would have to be worked out, especially around something like that. You know what I mean? And then Louis O'Brien, why not put in the NLI that if you want to transfer, then you got to get your associates going to a team 4-1, probably. Team 4-1 year should 100% be a no-go. You could pay a kid to sign with X to steal their signs. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, that there is a lot going on with NIL and how that all works, but there's just so many factors that aren't regulated that make it very difficult to deal with. Okay, so again, jumping back into some of these other ones, right? And that's where we pop into some of the challenges with KD and what he's facing, the pressures, right? And that's why I talk about the 25 recruiting as well. All right. You know, that there is a lot going on behind the scenes. And what's the expectations for this next year of 2025 recruiting? We now have coaches in place. And with William Inge leaving to Tennessee, good for him. I wish him the best. You know, I think it worked out for him, and I think Robinson, honestly, is a great pickup. I think Inge would have done good, but in the end, I like the idea of developing a guy who's an up and coming riser in the coaching world rather than have a guy, you know, who's been around for a long time, and maybe the concepts don't fit, or maybe that it just doesn't mesh as well. I think Inge is great, but at the same time, I would say from this standpoint that I'd rather have Robinson. I really do. I think he works directly with Womack. It works perfect, right? But what's our expectations, right? What's our expectations, okay, from recruiting wise? I can say that I've seen everything from, oh, we're extremely scared. I don't think Alabama's going to have a top 10 class. I've seen guys say, well, as long as they are in the top 10, I'll feel good. You know, what are the expectations? And that's where we come into next, right? And I think these expectations are great from a standpoint of, I think we're going to hear so much from the outside. I think even our own fan base is going to have some really high expectations. Okay. But I love it because, you know, one thing about KD is he rises to the challenge, and hence why we look at his background, why he comes to Alabama. Like, this is phenomenal. Like, this is great. He rises to the challenge. I don't have any concerns with 2025 recruiting. You go out there and you hear about, you know, what people say. Then man, I would feel very, very good about 2025 recruiting. So, and then, you know, Ebony, I'm assuming there was too many Chiefs in the defensive room, so Inge left. That's my assumption. It could be that. I mean, it could be. I don't necessarily, you know, Inge is a great coach. He's meshed really well everywhere he's gone. He brings a lot of great experience. And I don't know if he necessarily clashes, because if you look back at Washington, I know you're very familiar with this, but you look at Washington with Chuck Merill and Inge as co-DCs, they did a good job together. You know, they did, and they were able to work together pretty smoothly. I just think that, you know, Inge probably was looking for a better opportunity to get him maybe a little further along instead of maybe falling backwards, because it almost feels like he's falling backwards because he's not taking on a DC role now, right? And maybe he kind of has an opportunity to do something a little more isolated instead of combined. That's where I could see it. It just, you know, and he's been in the coaching role for a long time, and that's why I switch over to why I'm so excited about Robinson. I think he's going to be phenomenal with those linebackers. And he's just going to do a great, I mean, it's going to be awesome to watch him do, you know what I'm saying? So I think he'll do really, really good. And he's going to be an up and comer for sure. Right. And so, but you look at going back to the 25 recruiting and what they're saying, what the expectations are. I love the fact that they brought in, and I know, Tyler, I saw you ask this already. Merill, if Will Johnson enters the portal, what's the chances we get him? And someone remind me, because I'm not familiar with every single player. Is Will Johnson the other defensive back, if I'm correct, from Michigan? Is that correct? Can someone give me a heads up on that one? Just because I'm not familiar with I'm not the greatest all the time with names. Sometimes it takes me a minute to remember. But okay, thanks, Noah. Yeah, so okay, that's what I thought. Thanks, Jor. So I have heard about that. There's been a lot of people who keep bringing up Will Johnson. A lot of people keep bringing up Will Johnson. I will say this, and yeah, thanks, Jared. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought he was, but I didn't want to say it out there and then be wrong, obviously. But there has been whispers, right, that that's a possibility. Okay, I do think if he were to do that, if he were to jump in, there is that chance, right? Because for Keon, there's connections here, right? There's connections at Alabama. He played with some of these guys, and Campbell's one of them at IMG, right? So they're buddies, they're friends. Then his family just was on this visit within the last few weeks with his younger brothers and their parents, and saying, hey, like, this place, we love it, feels like family. I don't know, but I would say if he does go into the portal, and Caleb says it too right here, I don't think he's going to go. He's leaving, just friends. But if he enters, then I think there's a 90% chance he'd be at Bama. I mean, I do too. I think it'd be good. And I think, BB brought this up. BB, good point here, right? Courtney Morgan be working the phones. Yeah, 100%. But obviously he's not contacting guys that aren't in the portal. Let's not put that out there, because I don't think that's the case. I think there's connection. I think there's guys who kind of talk to each other as players. But from the coaching standpoint, when they enter a portal, of course they're on them. But I think outside of the coaching standpoint, when they're not in the portal, they're not making those moves. Someone tried to say that KD was reaching out to Arizona's quarterback. If you guys saw that BS that was put out there, and that was not true at all. His dad, Fafita's dad, even said it. He came out and said, no, he has never contacted anybody. We have not heard from them. We didn't enter the portal. He has not done that. I mean, good for him, man. Okay, yeah, I know what you mean, BB. Don't worry. But BB does not mean contacting them while they are not in the portal. Everybody, just so everybody's aware. But yeah, no, 100%. Like I think if he were to enter, that would 100% be the case. All right, like he would be. He'd probably be contacted by Morgan right away. He's another guy that Morgan's probably close with in the recruiting aspect. And I would say that, you also had like Tony Jones, who came here from Michigan. Okay. And EJ, what's up, man? And you make a kind of a point here. Don't need to become a greedy portal team. That's how you lose young talent. I mean, 100, I don't think you're going to see that be the case. I don't think you're going to see them grab a bunch of portal guys, right? But at the same time, the guys who are here at Alabama, they want to compete with the best. As a freshman, you should not have the expectation that you're going to come in and start. You should have the expectation that you're going to come in and work. And if you earn a starting role, that is because you have worked and you have proven that you have the ability to do that. So that's where I would say why that's the most important, right? With the transfer guys, like, we're going to bring transfers in because we do need to backfill a little bit, and we need some depth, right? So we'll see what happens with this upcoming portal. Okay, I will say this though, 100%, is that I do want to real quick touch on Josh Cuevas. I only have like maybe a couple of minutes left before possibly that music comes on, and those who know, when the music comes on, that my mic sometimes takes a minute to kick back in and it goes out. And so I do want to jump into this, right? I'll say with Cuevas, right? And a lot of people are like, why do we need another tight end? I don't see it as necessarily grabbing another tight end to like try and fill to come play right away. I think what you're seeing with Josh coming in is his work ethic and his mindset. The guy's just a dog, right? Like he's that dude you put out in the field who just wants to go to war. He wants to he makes everyone around him better, okay? Because of how hard he works in practice and how he puts himself at the best. I guess he maximizes his potential every day in practice, right? And so when we look at Cuevas, even though he didn't put up numbers, he has 2 years of eligibility. He's 6'3", probably about 240. He has previous stint at Cal Poly, right? Everyone's like, well, there's nothing great about him. I mean, at Cal Poly, he's third team All Big Sky as a redshirt freshman. In his second season, he has 57 receptions, 622 yards, and 6 TDs. Okay, that's cool. I like that. But where he really stands out, and what we all don't talk about a lot, because we all focus on all the other players, right, is special teams. That guy's a special team rock star. You saw the field all 15 games and special teams. And you bring in a guy who just wants to play. Doesn't matter where, he just wants to get in there and play, right? He just wants to ball out and bring it all, practice and game. You got to have those guys on the roster. I think it looks good. I think that's the guy you want to have come in and push guys to be better around him because of how hard he's working every day. I love that. Now, I'm not saying the other guys aren't doing this, but I like the way that Cuevas or with Josh, like that he comes in and he's just going to continue to build. You know what also is interesting? And Jack McGinnis, you have a long one here. It says, there's a great article on Kaylen DeBoer from when he got hired at Washington, talks about his temperament with coaches and players. He really does run teams similarly to people like Charles Schwab. Well, okay. I mean, you're talking about from a CEO standpoint with Schwab. But yeah, no, I love that. Like, I love KD is phenomenal. I think we're going to feel really good. But Chad Campbell, you just brought up something that I was just going to say about Josh. Think about this from the standpoint of each offensive position group. Okay, this is KD's offense. All right, in the quarterback room, he brings in Austin Mack. In the wide receiver room, right, you have Jeremy Bernard. In the offensive line, you have Parker Brailsford. Okay, and now you touch on the next guy who would have been a starter probably at Washington this year was Josh Cuevas. All right. So think about it from a standpoint, right? That all these positions, and there's those are your main positions. Running back is not so much as difficult to coach in this offense. There's a few changes, there's a few shifts and movements. For the most part, like I think he just shows a lot of his confidence again in Gillespie, but also in that running back room that they're going to pick up on these concepts really quickly. But some of the more complicated concepts are going to be in your offensive line, in your wide receiver group, in your tight end group, and in the quarterback room, because there's a lot there for them. All right. So I like that he brings in these guys who are familiar with the system, who can help if we run into other things like players helping players is a great thing for bonding as well. And kind of bouncing things off and coming together. Okay. So I think it's a really good idea. I think it's smart. It really allows the team to come together like quicker, and you get the concepts down maybe faster when other guys around you who know it can explain it how they saw it in a similar style. Right. So for me, it's great. And you pick up a guy who can come in and he's just going to work hard. Might probably be a great special teams guy and push the guys around him. So I feel good. Roll Tide to whoever gifted. Thank you to whoever gifted me a month's subscription. I didn't even see those go out at all. I don't know. What's up, Kyle? Kyle's in here.
What's up, Merill? How you doing, man? Good morning to you. Yeah, I appreciate you being here, man. Man, yesterday there was just a sea of news. Right?
Holy smokes.
That breaking banner has almost became the whole screen is just about yellow.
Wow. Everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We were talking. I jumped on the show earlier today. Okay. I had one of those. Today I led our workout group.
Oh, yeah. Saw that.
You'll appreciate this because I know you work out. I don't know. You lift. Do you lift?
Oh, yes, I lift.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So what I did was I took to my men's group. We started at 5:30, and I basically hit. There was 9 of us. We have 2 different workout stations in Tuscaloosa. One's at Northridge High School. One's in downtown Tuscaloosa. So I led the downtown. So I had the circuit training basically outside of Hotel Indigo and kind of like the center of Tuscaloosa.
Oh, nice.
And, I had deadlifts, kettlebell squats. I hooked up power ropes to my truck, like power ropes.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And then I had like curls, press, and I mean, so we'd do it in 2-minute intervals, and then we'd run up like this giant hill and then come back.
Nice.
So yeah, so we had a chance, like 9 intervals to do all the 9 different workouts, and it's intense because you push yourself, and I was giving us like short, like 5 to 10 minute, like not even like maybe like 2-minute reps, and then like I don't know, 30-second chances for rest. So it was a lot, but it feels good, man.
Yeah. It's like
What
my
was
favorite thing.
Yeah. What was the biggest, like, now that you've had, like, I don't know,
Mhm.
a little bit of time to think about it, what was like the biggest piece of news yesterday?
Oh man.
Right? No,
What
I'm serious.
I mean, seriously though, that is holy smokes. What is the biggest piece of news? I think the biggest piece of news I can guarantee you is going to be Keon Sabb.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's for sure. I think that fills such a huge not a gap, but I want to say it adds that depth and it allows for some movement now, which you and me have
Uh,
discussed around maybe like moving Tony
mm,
Mitchell out to the corner, boundary corner. But now we can actually play these scenarios for real with him.
yeah. Mhm.
But I think the second one then is Coach Cap
Yeah.
for everybody who's not maybe as excited about him. I
Mhm.
think he is it, now that we look at his background, we look at what he had success in. I think where it really comes down to
Mhm.
is he is a great pick with what was obviously also available, but from a standpoint of like Huff leaving, then Cap coming in, who has a really good understanding of maybe what the concepts and the schemes are going to be within that run game, pass game, and then what he wants to do with the offensive line within all that. So
Yeah, I think you're right. I think kind of looking at the back end of yesterday, I mean, going to sleep, and then you look to your phone, it's like a transfer from, Washington
easy.
is coming in. You're like, man, what a day. What a day of news. And then it kind of got buried is that Coach Saban was also speaking at the Birmingham Quarterback Club
Mm-hmm.
in a legacy deal for Coach Saban, like himself.
Yeah.
And then I came up with this.
Hmm.
They had a sound bite of him talking about college football overall. And he said, what would Bobby Bowden, what would Bear Bryant say if they saw college football today? And not
Yeah.
that, like college football has to change. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
But what I think what he was getting at is college football, as we've said many times, is completely off the rails. So I said, what if Coach Saban left Alabama, the post job here, to basically save college football? Because in the back end, he said, I'm going to do with everything in my power to work with administrators, high level officials to get college football back. So I was like, and that sort of stuff got lost. And now
Yeah.
people are just, and I was, I was talking with T about this as well.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, I was kind of curious to see how much we'd see of Saban kind of like post everything. We're seeing him every week. We're seeing him
All
every
time.
day. We're seeing. If you thought Coach Saban was just like going to go away and just play golf,
Mm-hmm.
you have seen more of Coach Saban now that he is retired. You know what I think? I think he loves the camera. I think he loves, I think he uses his platform well though too. Right, T?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I do. I think he likes, being visible still.
Yeah, and he just didn't go off to like Jupiter. He's still doing things that are impactful, and
Right.
it's good to see it. And I like
Mhm.
that. I think these next 2 years could probably be the most impactful years of his career. Whatever this direction is, that might be the
Yep.
most impactful. Kind of his lasting. Think about this: his lasting legacy is fixing college football, or at least trying to, right?
I
And I think
mean,
sometimes, like we talked about yesterday, something bigger than even what you have in front of you, that is it. Um, he's like the Superman. He's like leaving everything that he had at Alabama, and now he's going to fight this, unstoppable force, right? Yeah, Saban, give him a cape. What's up, Louis? See you in the comment box. Yeah, well, yeah, well, anyways, good segment, mate. Merill, you're doing a great job, man. We love having you on in the morning. Thanks for batting in the 2 spot this morning after Ty, who did a really good job. And I didn't even see the schedule. Do we have a PM schedule for this afternoon yet? What is is the PM schedule on the board?
It was on Merrill's. So 5 is you, 6 is Jarek and Merill,
Oh, okay.
7 is Sean, and 8 is Smoot.
Okay, so we'll get a double dip of Coach Merrill, and we get Coach Jarek in as well. So Jarek and Merrill. All right. So the 2 R's. rocking with each other.
Love it.
Yeah,
Love
cool.
it.
All right, well,
It'll be fun.
yeah, good stuff, Merill. And if you haven't seen, Merill put together one of two fan funder videos that you can go check out. I love the Swarm video. It was perfect, but because the time I published that video for fan funders, they literally announced they announced it. So it was like we had this like ready to go. And then can you preview your second video? What's your second video for fan funders?
For me, yeah. So you guys will like this one if you're a fan funder. If you're not, make sure you become one, because this is an interesting one. What I did, and that one is the Bama Washington connection. It's oddly enough, if you look back on the history, there's some unique connections to Bama, and when it impacts history of college football, and potentially we might see that again. So, so I did a short little segment on that, and I think you guys will really like it. It'll be good stuff. So, and I look forward to seeing you guys tonight too at 6 with Coach Jarek. So make sure you guys all tune in again this evening for sure.
Absolutely, man. All right, well, good stuff, Merill. We appreciate you cruising by this morning. Great segment as always. You can follow Coach Merill. He's out on. You're out on Twitter now. I've seen you've been
on Twitter.
Yeah, you're doing a good job too. You're pumping up. What's your Twitter handle? Do we have that, T?
Yeah. It's at Coach _ and then capital JMERR Jamer. So yeah, you guys make sure you follow me on Twitter. Come check out the stuff I put out there.
Absolutely.
Some fun videos that I put up there for you guys too, to see kind of what the work would be of defensive backs too, because that's what I played. I played safety. So
yeah, that's what's up, man. You know what we have. So we have you played safety. Smoot played corner. I think Coach Sean is a defensive guy as well, right? I don't know what Jarek played. I played wide receiver. So we need another offensive player. We need a lineman.
Dude, we need a lineman.
We need a lineman. That's what we need.
You get a lineman in here. There's gonna be some good stuff.
Yeah,
man.
no. See, because the thing is, like your quarterback, they're always, they're like the spotlight. They're like, people can't wait to see with the quarterback. But if you want to hear somebody who's, Coach Sean was a running back, yeah,
he's a running back. Yeah, Coach Sean was a running back. Yeah, he's a stud. He's a stud.
So, but a running back, an offensive lineman, they're the smartest, 1,000,000%. So if you want somebody who come on and like really talk football, get yourself a offensive lineman. That's what we need. We need an offensive lineman. Write that down.
Center. Yeah, they had to play center. Center's the key.
All right. I appreciate you, man. Good stuff, Merill. And we'll catch up with you this afternoon, man. Hell of a job.
All right. Hey, appreciate you guys. Thank you, Undefeated. And thanks, Kyle. I hope you guys have a good rest of the day. See you in the evening.
All right, man. Take it easy. Yeah. DR, what's up, man? He's like, this channel is so addictive. Where are we at, T? Here I am. What's up, DR? What's up? You know what? It's like, look how it's like so monotone. I need a little bit of music. I know. All right, T said, what's up?
What's up, Undefeated? How are you guys today?
I appreciate you guys being here, joining us this morning. We kind of did a little bit of a switch up. Usually we are always at 8. Today we're always playing with different things. So here we are at 10:15, coming to you on this beautiful Tuesday. I have T in-house as well. And for the next 45 minutes, I'll be here talking about a variety of topics. Yesterday was just a sea of news, and I'm actually going to play a couple different videos that you'll see. We'll talk about the transfer portals. We'll go over the coaches, and I think there's plenty to dive into. So, and as I was talking with Merill, I don't want it to kind of like lose sight about a couple of items that even Coach Saban said last night. I mean, Coach Saban, and in my opinion, is going to kind of save college football, or at least try to, because the rules are completely off. Alexa's saying, or Alexa, yeah, is saying get Seth on here. Yeah, and you're right. No, we couldn't take a break. We couldn't, because the news, and it's so funny because I had said we're like scrubbing into the bottom of the barrel in terms of the news, and then just the sea of news hit. You also had Coach Kaylen DeBoer on with Cole Kubelik and with Greg McElroy this morning. So see if I can bring some of that up, because he had some impactful stuff that he was talking about. Oh, here's a couple pieces. You know who has some really good stuff are our team writers out there who do a really good job. Charlie Potter crushes it. He's like Mr. Consistent. He has an article, and so does Tony Tsoukalis. So we'll just kind of read some sound bites or read some quotes from them. And of course, if you want to read those full interviews, just go over to their website. I think those are free. But it was a 15-minute interview that Kaylen DeBoer did with Greg McElroy and Cole Kubelik this morning. Couple of quotes I'll just read out. This is from Charlie Potter. I mean, everybody follows him. I've kind of had a chance now over the last month to settle in and kind of a little bit of routine for the first time in a while. I can't even imagine think about how busy we have been over these last 40 days and how busy he has been. But I think, and imagine all the staff movement, imagine the roster movement. Coach Kaylen DeBoer also said in terms, and I know you guys asked me this last night about roster spots, or was that this morning? It feels like days ago. But he said that there's a couple more spots open on the roster, which I think is noteworthy for sure. And I think I have him at like 83 scholarships. So I think there's going to be a couple more guys to come in. I don't know when that will be. And this is also interesting when kind of looking at how these guys are getting here. 1 second. Sorry, my throat from like the morning or whatever. In terms of the guys enrolling in the school, T, what do you think about the guys being able to be enrolled? Because it seems like Sabb is able to.
That was really interesting because the ad drop date passed by almost a month now, right? So I was like, how can he be in school already? And yeah, I guess that the rules are a little bit different for football players that are in the transfer portal. So I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Like, it seems a little unfair to other students, right? But
No. The way that think about it like this, not in like a fairness term, because these guys coach left. So like if they have to make a life-changing move for like their college. So if they want to make moves, then I think they should be exempt to come in.
I mean, I agree too, but you have to think about it like this. They're coming in like missing so much of the semester already.
Yeah. I think that, I don't know. I mean, it is late, but at that same point, I mean, they could, be able to be enrolled. They'll figure it out. I mean, we're at what was the enrollment period? Like 2 weeks ago?
No, I think it was longer than that.
3
I can
weeks
look it
ago?
up, but
Yeah,
it was a month ago.
Mhm.
The 24th, I think, was the last day.
Yeah. Oh, and we saw that Caitlin was sick. So Caitlin, we hope you get better.
Feel better, Caitlin.
Pedialyte, run the Pedialyte.
Yeah, and
You know how we say run the thumbs up?
saltine crackers.
Yeah, run the Pedialyte up. Tony Tsoukalis says during the interview with Jocks 94.5, Kaylen DeBoer also spoke about bringing in 2 Group of 5 head coaches, Kane Womack and Maurice Lindquist. They both bring great energy, great expertise. Their records and resumes certainly are proven. That was the thing, is like when you look overall at this roster that they put together, and I'm going to go through the entire roster. I'll also take your guys' calls as well. Is that you have Maurice Lindquist and you have Kane Womack, both head football coaches. But then when you go and you kind of look to the overall spectrum of the coaches, in fact, I'll kind of show that now, and we'll kind of walk you through the entire coaching staff that Coach Kaylen DeBoer has. It's really impressive because of the experience standpoint. I thought it was really amazing. I'm going to pull that up. Resumes. Shane, I'm doing like a million things. Give me a second. Let's see if I can bring that up. And every time my phone buzzes,
I know.
I think it's like a
breaking news.
it's like I think it's like a breaking news.
No, it's not.
All right. One thing at a time. All right. Here's the coaching staff overall, as it is of. I mean, is it even safe to say just for today, right?
Yeah.
I have a friend that works in HR at the University of Alabama, and they've been trying to process this paperwork, and they process all the paperwork. They're talking with the coaches, and they've had to redo that multiple times because guys have been going through the process of HR, and then they've had to start all over with like the new guys who have been added.
Yeah, I bet.
True story. Okay, so what I'm getting at with the head football coaches is you see that Maurice Lindquist there at the bottom. He was the head football coach at the University of Buffalo. And then you also have Kane Womack, the head football coach at the University of South Alabama, right? And then you see all these titles with these guys. This is what really stands out to me. Like Jamarcus Shepard, he was the assistant head coach, right? You have a Robert Gillespie, who now has a title as assistant head coach. You see Freddie Roach. He's been here since 2020, but his title is associate head coach. Christian Robinson, really one of the guys who doesn't have one of these big time titles, but he's the linebackers coach. You have Jay Nunez, who will be the tight ends coach. I'm sorry, the special teams coach, but will not be on the field during game days. And then you have Coach Cab, who's going to be coaching with the offensive line. He was the offensive line coach at Baylor and then was at Michigan State, where he was the assistant head football coach, the offensive line coach, and the run game coordinator. That's a healthy title. And then you have Brian Ellis, who was a tight ends, who will be the tight ends coach here, and then was also at Georgia Southern, where he was the offensive coordinator, and held that same title with Western Kentucky. See?
Yeah, so I was just I just saw a tweet from Tony. It says the college football playoff is using the 5-7 model instead of the 6-6 model. So apparently they've adopted it.
Huh. So breaking, the College Football Board of Managers have unanimously adopted the 5+7, a long expected move. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, things change all the time. I think we have did you get the actual press release?
Yeah,
I
got it.
I can send it. Do you want to show it on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. When will they start it? That's the key thing.
Right.
And I think we have that. And we'll get to our calls here in just a few minutes.
I got it right here.
All right. Do you want to read this out?
Hang
I'm trying to, I mean, the most important thing is like, when are they going to use it?
on. Right. Let me see.
Okay. So under the 12-team playoff format that begins this fall, the 4 highest ranked conference champions will be seeded 1 through 4, and each will receive a first round bye, while teams seeded 5 through 12 will play each other in the first round on home field of the higher ranked team. The team ranked number 5 will host number 12, 6 will play 11, 7 will play 10, and 8 will play 9. The quarterfinals and semifinals will be played on New Year's 6 bowl games. The national championship game will continue to be on a neutral site. No conference will qualify automatically, and there will be no limit on the number of participants from each conference. Yeah, so
Okay.
let me I think I can screenshot this and bring this in. We're full of screenshots. So basically, you know how like in basketball you have in their Sweet 16. You can tweet this out as well.
Okay.
You know, in basketball, how you have 1 plays 16 and then 8 plays 9. Theoretically, it's the same thing. You just have 12 teams instead of 16. So I'll go full screen on this so you can see this a little bit better. But the biggest thing, this isn't like shocking, but this is the most important thing there at the bottom right here, is that no conference will qualify automatically, and there will be no limit on the number of participants from a conference. So what that means to me is you could be really loaded up in terms of teams from the SEC. So the 4 highest ranked conference champions will be seeded 1 through 4, and each will receive a first round bye. So let's just think about it, right? You have the SEC, Alabama. You have what? The Big Ten, whatever they're going to call it. Ohio State. You have Florida State, number 3, right? And then you have number 4, the Big 12, whoever that's going to be. I don't even know who's in the Big 12 anymore with Texas and Oklahoma coming in. All right, so those are your 4 teams, okay? And then after that, you need additional teams, and there's no amount that have to be from a specific conference. So it could all be teams from the SEC. I mean, it could. Just wait to see how many teams are going to get in. Highest ranked conference champs. SEC Invitational instead of ACC. The highest ranking conference champs will be seeded, 1 through 4. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's where I was thinking still, like, probably best team from the Big 12, Utah. I'm serious. I didn't even think about it. There's another, who else is tweeting a bunch is Coach Kaylen DeBoer. He's like, we need to put him on notifications. So I was talking about this yesterday. He just tweeted this 32 seconds ago. We're going from screenshot to screenshot. But if you haven't followed Coach, he's active. And I saw yesterday, they said that breaking news, like literally there was a story about this on 3. It said breaking news, Kaylen DeBoer is the first coach in school history to tweet. And there was like an article about it, and people were just like, yeah. Yeah, think about it.
Yeah, I guess Saban,
Saban he didn't even have a Twitter. There's a fake Saban account.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But here he is, what he said this morning. Relentless pursuit and continuous improvement. Roll Tide. Let's work. These are the photos that we went over yesterday from the 4th quarter program. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out my whole throat situation. Jor's on here. Can you read that out, T? 2024. Yeah.
2024 CFP scheduled first round December 20th and December 21st quarterfinals, December 31st and January 1st semifinals, and January 9th and January 10th CFP national championship, January 20th.
What's up, Todd? I see you inside the comment box as well. And at Jor per Pat McAfee just reported the ESPN. Exactly. This is where it's going to get interesting. So Pat McAfee reported that ESPN bought exclusive rights to the college football playoff games for 8 years for $1.2 billion. Okay, so what I'm going to see, and Louis, he hates ESPN. There's a lot of people that don't like ESPN, for sure. And think about this. Who works for ESPN now? Coach Saban.
Yeah.
How is he going? I'm serious. And how is he going to balance that when Alabama is like, he's working for ESPN, and there's like, the college football playoffs and all of this. Like, people felt that Alabama and ESPN were in cahoots last year, didn't they?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, clearly they're not. ESPN shows the games. The college football playoff committee decides the fate of the teams. But I think people are going to get it twisted and be like, Saban's like puppeteering the college football playoffs, which he's clearly not.
Right.
But I think, he knows
they're going to say that. Though.
Yeah, they're going to say that. They said that last year. He even worked for ESPN.
Yeah.
He worked for Alabama.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, the 5 to 7, 12, the 5 to 12 model works for me. I don't care. I think it's fine. I was going back over the coaching staff, and we have 2 calls on. I'll take one of the calls. It is we got Chris from New Jersey calling in. Chris, hang tight. I'll be right there. I'll cruise through the roster. Chris, what's up, man? Chris, I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show.
Kyle, I think the most important piece of information that we learned this week is that the leader of our community is really good at jump roping.
I've been jump roping. So funny story. I never really jump roped. I just didn't. But then I got one of these weighted jump ropes. I have like a variety of jump ropes now, and I became like a jump roping like master. I love it. It's part of it. It's part of like my workout routine.
You're looking good, Kyle.
Yeah,
looking good.
And I wish I did it more because like I can do like the boxer style of jump rope. It's great. So it's like another form of cardio. But sometimes if you really want like a cheat code for like the summertime, throw on like a sweatsuit and then jump rope.
Yeah, those plastic ones.
Yeah, which I have. But those are like, that's like cheat code.
That's how my dad used to work out too. And he turned the gym up to 90 degrees and wore that
sweat
like,
box.
sweat
Yeah,
thing.
sweat box. Yeah. No, I agree. But Pat McAfee does a really good job, Louis. And really, you know, it was interesting. So, and I've told this story before, is Alabama, the University of Alabama. I'm cool with them. I've always been cool with them. I know the SID. I played golf with them. But they turned me down with media credentials last year before the game, before the season.
Right.
And I was like, they were like, well, you're not associated with On3 or Rivals. You're just like, what are you doing from video? Like, what can you?
You were there more than anyone else.
How can you possibly be covering the team? And then what was interesting was they signed a deal with YouTube with Pat McAfee.
Yeah.
And then I got my media credentials because I think now everybody has a YouTube channel.
Yes.
I mean, how many Alabama YouTube channels are there?
A million.
I think we counted. There's 52 of them. So, anyways.
Wait. There are other YouTube channels that are about Alabama? There are?
And most of them most of them have worked for me. So, like, I mean, that's the truth. I mean, the guys come in.
That is true.
They learn the system. It's kind of like the Coach Saban tree, and they go out and they start their own YouTube channel. So
Kyle trains them all, and then
100%. That's why it's like the non-competes now are like in because that's just the way it is. Yeah, Jared, I appreciate you, man. But Chris, man, welcome to the show. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here, man. What you got?
Well, Kyle, you and I talked about this. I heard. Like 100% that McAfee was the one who brokered Saban into College Game Day, and he went when he went and said you've got to bring Saban in because when Saban would be the one day that Saban would be on his show, the number of views and clicks went like through the moon. He was like, this is the guy you want to have on game day.
Exactly. Know? So, and the thing is, like, Coach Saban, he can drop plays on the board like nobody's business, right? But he doesn't have, like, by himself, and go look it up. He used to have a show recently within the last 3 years. I don't know if you guys remember this. It was on ESPN. He kind of be drawing up some plays. It was terrible. It was so boring.
It was.
It was bad. And I was like, ugh. But that's not where Coach Saban thrives. Coach Saban's one of the guys. So bring him out, have fun with him, and definitely. He thrives off the energy and the jokes. He loves that stuff. And Pat McAfee has an amazing job with his energy to bring that out, and Coach Saban matches that, and it's really great, honestly. So it's a great connection, and I'm sure that they saw the views shoot up. Anything with Coach Saban is still banging. He's 72 years old, and people cannot get enough of Coach Saban. Anything, and Miss Terry could have her own show too. Anything with Miss Terry and Coach Saban banks. Like, it's just like, that's it. And him going to College Game Day, Coach, just wait till you see headlines of the future. College Game Day has never seen higher ratings ever with Coach Saban. And guess what? Coach Saban 100%. And Game Day, they're coming to Tuscaloosa. So what's going to happen when they play Georgia, Coach Saban's going to walk out from his office after talking to the team and go onto the set, and they're going to be like, who are you picking, Coach? And he'll be like, well, I've never picked the team before, but roll Tide, and the whole internet's going to blank out. So that's what's going to happen. So, I mean,
so Kyle, the reason. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I'm here for it.
Oh, so the reason for my call today, other than your excellent jump roping skills, And I've asked you ad nauseum about when's fourth quarter starting, Kyle. When's it? In the chat, and so I was so pumped to see the pictures. And did you see the look in their faces? I mean, I know that thing has got to be brutal and hard, but they look angry. They look, and you're right. DeBoer he tweeted, or it was out on the internet. He said that the team has a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, I just saw that. Yep.
That fires me up. That's so. That's tremendous. I'm more excited than ever after seeing those picks.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Think about this, Chris. This is a really good call, and this is a really good point. So, what Coach Kaylen DeBoer, what did he do last year with his team? He went to the national title game, right? Did he win the national title game?
Oh, absolutely. He wants to win one.
Exactly. So he didn't win. If you're a competitor, that loss sticks with you. Yeah, it's important to let stuff go, but you get there, you were undefeated. Okay, so and what did Alabama? Look at Kobe Prentice right here. This Kobe, I want this Kobe Prentice picture printed. Yeah. Seriously.
That's angry right there, Kyle.
Yeah, I want this printed, and I want it to, and then I want the title on it is like mindset. Like be locked in. Like these are the type of teammates that you want, right? You know what they say? Be pissed off for greatness. He looks like he's pissed off for greatness to me.
Absolutely.
And these guys have unfinished business.
Kyle, one last thing.
Mm-hmm.
One last thing. I obviously I'm a morning caller mostly, and don't get me wrong, I really enjoy our calls. I really enjoy calm Kyle in the morning. But boy, you were fired up last night, my friend. Fired up.
Oh yeah, you know what? And it was interesting to read everybody was. I liked it. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, I was on. I was pumped up. I was pissed off for greatness, I guess myself too. And somebody was like, there was somebody inside the comment box that said they were like, "You need to calm down. You just lost all your credibility." I was like, "How did I lose?" Hey, well, like,
get out of here. You got. If it's possible, you got even more credibility. I mean, if it's possible, you got more.
No, it's yeah. I mean, you know what? And it was Rico from Birmingham who called last night, and he said that his emotions have felt like a yo-yo, been going up and down. And I was like, you know what? Everybody's emotions for the last 40 days have been up and down. It would be curious to get like an overall blood pressure reading from Tuscaloosa or Alabama fans over the last 40 days. I bet they'd be a little bit higher. So it's all good. We'll get to it. You know what we need? We just need some football. We need some football. It's coming. March 4th, it's coming. So, good call, Chris. I always appreciate hearing from you, man. So, thanks for calling in, man.
Awesome. All right. Thank you again, Kyle, for having me. Roll Tide. Have a absolutely fantastic day.
Yeah, you too, man. Take it easy, Chris. All right, Chris calling in from New Jersey. All right, appreciate you guys. Yeah. No, it's all good. This picture, I love this one of Kobe Prentice. Kobe Prentice is he's certainly fired up. And I think and they actually have, I have it right here too. There's another picture here. This is Kendrick Law. These are the guys coming back in that wide receiver room who have a lot of experience, right? I mean, Kendrick Law, Kobe Prentice, those guys have been here. Those guys are going to get the football this year. Can't wait to see them. I mean, Kobe Prentice has already done his thing here. He did his thing since the first time he was a freshman. I think K-Law is just a matter of time. I mean, you kind of look to the way that they were able to utilize him last year just a little bit, get him the football. And the fact that they say that Jeremy Bernard is a similar player to him, I'm excited about that. How can you not be, right? Topics we're hitting on today, transfer portal wins. I talked about this, and looking at the transfer portal guys that Alabama has picked up this season, it's been great. And I added Damani Jackson into this. I added LT. These are all the transfers that are coming in. Some are under Coach Saban. Doesn't matter. I'm talking like Alabama transfer portal wins. And I think last night, what this tells us is Keon Sabb, these Savages still want to play with Savages. And the brand still speaks for itself. And people still, and overall, players want to play with Coach Kaylen DeBoer and the coaching staff, no matter who's on the staff, right? So Keon Sabb coming in, love it, really good addition. People like him at the free safety spot. Alabama needs help in the secondary. And according to Coach Kaylen DeBoer, there's a couple spots open. I have them at 82 scholarships, so that would be 3 under the limit. So maybe 3 more guys coming in. But as you know, guys are going to go out as well. So I don't really worry about the numbers too much. And then late night, when you were lying in bed, kind of cruising over, you have Josh Cuevas. He announced that he is transferring to Alabama. He was at Cal Poly. He was at Washington this last year. Over the last 2 seasons, I think he's caught for just under 1,000 yards, 66 receptions, and a handful of touchdowns. So he's coming in as well to that loaded tight end room. Here's another photo of him here. Other guys that have transferred in, you got Damani Jackson. I went over this list kind of in detailed in an uploaded video earlier. By the way, if you see that video, run the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys doing that. Damani Jackson, former 5-star, probably should have originally committed to Alabama. I think some people, the downside about him, people have said he hasn't been developed like he should have. And I think he's right. I think Damani has a very high ceiling coming in. You also have Parker Brailsford. Coming in, an incredible center, part of the Joe Moore Award offensive line at Washington last year, coming in, and that probably makes Alabama fans the happiest, honestly. Jeremy Bernard just talked about him, similar play style to Kendrick Law, and I think with him as well, he's a player that can return kicks, punts, but of course, I'd like to see Ryan Williams back there returning at least punts. You have Austin Mack coming in, 6'6", 225 pounds. He's been pretty vocal on social media, really excited to get here to be a part of this program. And then you also have Nyquil Bentrade, the transfer from Texas A&M, 6'6", 340 pounds out of Philadelphia. And then you have, I thought I had a picture of LT Overton. I don't know why I don't have a picture of LT, but those are the transfers that you have in this transfer portal period for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Let me ask you, chat, from the transfers that have come in, be honest with me, be honest with yourself, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being like you're excited, like overly excited about the transfers coming in, or like 1 being the lowest, what's your level in terms of excitement for the transfers coming in terms of like their talent, the names that you know, the small detail that we've showed you? What's your excitement level about the transfers that are coming in so far under Coach Kaylen DeBoer? And don't forget about LT Overton, because he was a 5-star as well. Okay, Shane is saying a 7.5. Cynthia's saying a 9. I think it's going to be high. I think it's going to be like, but yeah, actually it's a lot higher than I thought. 8, 9s. Yeah, a lot of 8, 9s. Yeah, it feels good. Okay. Yeah. So is 8.5, is that safe to say?
I think, wow.
Damn, 12. Yeah. Cook 'em up. You know what? I like Cook 'em up's name.
I do too.
Because he has Cook 'em up and then he has 2 emojis of fire. I like that.
Yeah, I think 8.5 is really safe. We're getting some 10s. 9s.
Yeah, like goofball. Can you you should put like a basketball or like a soccer ball.
Yeah, I want your avatar to be a ball of some sort.
What's up? We see Stevens inside. Patrick has an 8.5. Steven dying slowly. I don't know what that's about. Oh no, she's dying slowly. No, you're gonna be fine. Lax is saying 8 to 8.5. Wow, Moon said 7.5. Say less. Okay. If we get, so Smook's up next, okay, at 11, but I think he has some news that he's going to share with you. There's talk about another player from Michigan potentially hitting the transfer portal, okay? So I'll just let Coach Smook talk about that at 11. You know what? Coach Smook's been on it, T.
He has, yeah.
Right? He's done a really good job. And I don't know if Coach Smook has talked to you guys about it, but, we see he's moving to Tuscaloosa, and we want him in the role of a director of player personnel here at Bama Football on YouTube. So not only will he have that title as a host, but also, developing relationships with the players, the coaches, the parents. I think that's where an area that he flourishes at anyway. So we'll just give him that title and have him come over here when he gets to Tuscaloosa. We can't wait to have him. Really, all our guys. It's been great to see these guys morph into the roles that they've had. And I think my philosophy on having guys is put them where they flourish, but also show them a little bit how to be versatile if they can be. I mean, a lot of guys that have worked for me in the past, they're versatile. I mean, I think back to a Trey Anity, who now works for On3. The guy could be on camera, had the best pipes you've ever heard, could be on camera. He's an editor over there. You look at, a lot of the guys like Mick Gillespie, when he started working for me, he didn't know how to do a lot of the producing stuff. Now you see what he's been able to do. So a lot of those guys that have, Chris Daughtry now works for Alabama Chat Sports, same thing. Got to be versatile when you have, a YouTube channel. Love it. Hey, that's Michael Myers from Halloween, Lax. Yeah, one of the all-time longest-running horror series. All right, I think we have a couple more calls. Sorry if I didn't get to you guys a little bit earlier. We'll take this 925. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is Jack, and I'm calling in from Tuscaloosa.
Jack, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. Calling in from Tuscaloosa. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, just want to say, huge fan of the show. I definitely am watching it every morning. Actually just wrote about it in a class assignment for reliable sources for information. So, yeah, keep doing what you're doing, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks. I'm glad you're able to check us out in the morning. We've gone to this morning format, and then we go to the afternoon. During the season, we're going to stream all day, but like it's February, so we kind of go on maintenance mode and then pick it up on the back end. So, yeah, appreciate it. Are you a student here?
Yes, sir, I am. I actually live like maybe 2 minutes from the practice facility. I can kind of see it from where I live, which is nice.
Yeah, I know. I'll be leading a workout down at the Capstone. I don't know if you like work out or whatever, but tomorrow, like right at the, where the band practices, they're also ROTC. That's where we meet on Wednesdays at 5:30 tomorrow. So if you want to get a workout in, I'm leading. Yeah, I can hear the train. There you go. There's the train.
It's right there.
And you know what's amazing? What's amazing, Jack, is they built that bridge, for students to get to campus. Because before that, like if the train hit, you were just like stuck behind that bridge.
Oh, I get stuck behind it like pretty much every day at some point. Either going to work or going to class.
Anyways, man. Yeah, welcome to the show, man. What you got?
So I'm not sure if you've seen this. I was just kind of scrolling around last night. Really great article from the Seattle Times. I think it got released right before he got hired there, so September 1st, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And it was an article about Kaylen DeBoer. I was just wondering if you had seen that or read it. There's some pretty interesting stuff in there.
No, there's a lot of stuff that has been, published in the past or whatever, or even like recent stuff. I just don't like have time to see it. Give us kind of the skinny about what that article said.
Yeah. So basically what it is, it's just the title of it is The Art of the Turnaround. Kaylen DeBoer's proven recipe for instant improvement at Washington. And I think there's about 4 or 5 steps in the article that it talks about. So the first step is understand the standard. And, what caught my eye about that, when I first read it, is, when Kaylen DeBoer was at that basketball game and he said, the standard is Alabama. And, at first glance, I thought personally that was just kind of a blanket statement, say what's been said. But, if you read into that section, he sets the standard for his program at the beginning of each season. And the standard is Alabama. He knows that. It's what can we achieve?
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was really cool. Moving on to the next step, he talks about building a belief, setting that bar. What is our standard? Are we capable of clearing it? And he's a firm believer in the process too. I just thought it was, a lot of the same stuff that, Saban talks about. But the really interesting part that I found, is his temperament. I think everyone's kind of been talking about how he is as a coach, practice-wise. He's not much into criticizing or, the yelling. And you kind of, I remember watching him during the national championship. And, me and my friends were all saying, he almost looks scared, but he's just so calm and collected. He doesn't get mad. He doesn't freak out. I think that's a great way, to get the best out of, whoever you're coaching, whether it be in the business world or, of course, football. Just offering advice. Almost in the article, one of his previous players said he's almost requesting and almost, requiring you to do the things that he asks.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that's going to be really good for our players, you know, kind of in this new age of college football that we're going into, you know, with NIL and everyone's kind of got their own mindset on things. I think that Kaylen DeBoer's strategy of, you know, working with the players and having that calm, you know, temperamental attitude is going to be really good for us this year, you know, and bonding the team. And that's another big part of his strategy is, you know, integrating both offense and defense and special teams, getting each, you know, part of the football team, you know, connected. And I think it's really huge and really important. I'm just really excited to see what he does, you know, despite what everyone else is saying. There's a lot of doubters, obviously, a lot of naysayers, even within our own fan base. You know, I'm just really excited to see how he does with, you know, this attitude and, you know, the things that I know that can work, that are successful.
Yeah, online with Jack calling in from Tuscaloosa. I'm going to ask you on the other line because I'm pressed for time. I'm going to try to get a couple more other calls in. But I appreciate you. Save the number.
Yeah.
Definitely call in again. We appreciate the call right from Tuscaloosa. Appreciate that you're a student, that you listen to the show. Thanks for your call. Really good stuff. If you don't mind, send me that article. I'll put the email on the screen. You'll see it on the screen when we hang up. But email me that article, and appreciate you calling in, man, and hope you have a good rest of your day.
Absolutely.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Thanks for taking the call.
Yep. All right. That was Jack calling in from Tuscaloosa. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for calling. There you go, Jack. It's at the bottom of the screen. Bama football on YT@gmail.com. Appreciate that you guys are calling in. I think, let's see. What's up, love? Damn, I hate Hurt never has valid points on why he consistently following Alabama if you're a Florida Gators fan. You care so much. I don't really know what that's about. I'm trying to get in a couple more calls. I think we got free mic, and then looks like Angel from Pigeon Forge. We'll try to squeeze you guys both in. Fire up the free mic emojis, please. We'll go to Mike out in Austin behind bars. Get him up. The emojis of free mic. Collect call from
Bad boys. What you gonna do?
Two cousins. Press one. Mike, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you joining us. It sounds like you might be down in like, the holding cell or on a lower level. It seems like there's a little bit of some chop.
Solitary confinement. I stood up during dinner last night and yelled "horns down." Now I got 2 days solitary confinement. So I hope so walls are pretty thick, Kyle. So I hope you can hear me okay.
Yeah, you're
coming. Just real quick, Kyle. And can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in good.
Okay, good. Real quick, man. You asked about the transport. On the serious stuff, right? You asked about the transport part. How did we are about that? Kyle, as of right now, I'll give it a 6. And I don't want to be pessimistic or nothing, but I just think we lost more players than we brought in. We lost more talent than we brought in. So, and a lot of these people that we're bringing in, I don't want to be a conceited Bama fan, but I've never heard of a lot of these people. And I just want to see the action on the field before I really start seeing how well we did in the transport portal. But honestly, Kyle, in the past 15 years, there's been just a high standard of talent in Alabama football. You think about all the players that came through, there's just been a high standard of talent, and we just got a little spoiled on that. And I just hope some of these transfer players can fill the void on some of the people we lost, especially in positions that we need, like defensive backs and such like that. So I'll give it a 6 for now. And number 2, Kyle, on the list, the 12-team playoff starts next year.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very exciting, but there's going to be a lot of controversy, Kyle, because I guarantee you this is going to play out. I guarantee you next year this is going to play out. There's going to be a 3 or 4 loss conference champion that's going to get in the 12-team playoff over a 1-loss Missouri team, over a 1-loss Ole Miss team, over a 1-loss like Michigan State team, whoever. There's going to be a 3-loss conference champion get in. So there's going to be a little controversy on that. So we'll see how that plays out. And then another thing, real quick, before I gotta let you go, because there's inspection coming up, even in solitary confinement. First years in college football can sometimes be a little tricky. You look at Nick Saban's first year was 7-6, lost to Louisiana Monroe, our very own 9/11. Remember that? And then a lot of first years, like Ryan Kelly's first year at LSU, he overachieved a little bit, backdoor into the SEC Championship West. So they can be a little tricky. So I'm just very excited for the season to get started. But anyway, Kyle, I gotta let you go, man. That's bells ringing, dude. Take care, brother.
All right, man. Take it
man.
easy. Mike calling in from behind bars. Solitary confinement. That's not too bad. 2 days for yelling horn. He just stood up in the lunchroom and yelled out "horns down," and then he got put back in. So it was a good connection. A couple times he's called, and it's been a little bit dicey. All right, we'll try to sneak this in. Angel from Pigeon Forge. Angel, what's up, man? We have we're kind of pressed for time, so let's kind of get down to the meat and potatoes. Angel calling in from beautiful Pigeon Forge. Haven't been to Pigeon Forge in a little bit of time. It's obviously it's like it's a tourist place, but it's still beautiful. I love going up there in Gatlinburg.
Yeah.
Angel,
it's crazy right now.
Oh, I can't even imagine.
But anyway, man.
Yeah, thanks for being here, man. And hey, Angel, before I get to you, before we dive into it real quick, what is that coaster that goes down? You've told me about it before. I went on it one time.
Alpine?
Yeah, the Alpine coaster. I love that thing. T, have you been on the Alpine coaster?
I've never been in Pigeon Forge.
No. Okay, so the Alpine coaster, it's like a you get in like this 2-seater roller coaster type thing, and it sends you up the mountain, and then
lever.
Yeah, and you have a lever, and you get to control the speed. Who's done this before? Inside chat. Have you guys been on one of these Alpine coasters? It's amazing. It's a great experience. All right, Angel, let's dive into it, man. What you got? Come with it.
Yes. I'm very excited for Keon, man. When I first saw that last night, I was jumping up and down like crazy, man.
Yep.
And not only that, I'm just so excited for the whole entire team in general. And Devontae Jackson, he's going to come out flying because, let's be honest, at USC, Lincoln Riley doesn't care about defense, and we know that. And that's why he was underdeveloped. But I believe coming in, he will be super developed, and I can't wait to see him too. But, man, you just got to have the mindset and DeBoer we trust, because I know last night I went on that little rant, but, hey, that's how I was feeling that night. Like a wrestle promotion whenever I'm doing that on the mic. But I just can't wait, man. You can print that as a shirt, man. And DeBoer we trust, man.
Yeah, I like that. I'm sure.
Like
I'm sure that they'll get that. It'd be a good shirt. Here you go, Alabama. Is in DeBoer we trust, and then on the back they could say, "Blitz Bama Blitz." When that would sell, right?
Yeah, I love the in DeBoer we trust. That's great.
Or even a little icon on the chest that said "In DeBoer we trust," kind of with almost like a dollar bill.
Yeah, that with like the pyramid and the eye. I love it.
Yeah, the eye could be Roll Tide Willie's eye. Oh, what else you got, Angel?
Yeah, and those players, though, in the pictures in the fourth quarter program, they want it so bad because we were so close last year. We had it right in our fingertips, and then all of a sudden it slipped away.
Yeah.
But I feel like this year it's going to be a different story. We're going to get back to the top, even though it's not going to be an easy road. Because I can feel it in those pictures, man. They're being serious about this. They really want this, and they want it so bad that they'll do anything to get to it. And first, we got to go through Georgia and all them, which I think will beat them no easy, no problem. Because all these Georgia fans are so arrogant that they lost other players too in the NFL. We're gonna say who's the real person on top. When we face them off at night, and I can't wait to see that game. And we're just going to bring it to them. Yep. Bring the smackdown on them, you know that? And that's going to be good, man. That's going to set the whole season right there. And, of course, Oklahoma, they're not going to be hard at all. Their quarterback is not that great. So we should take care of him. And Auburn, we're going to make sure they cry again and cry babies down at Auburn because, that's how we do it, man. In Tennessee, coming for them too. Because that peak orange ain't no good. That throw up orange.
All All right,
Hey,
Angel.
before
We're
losers-
Angel. We're pressed for time, man. So I got to bounce. But I appreciate you calling in, and thank you so much for always joining the show, man. I always look forward to hearing
Thank
from
you,
you.
man.
All right, see you, Angel. All right,
Roll Tide, man.
yeah, roll tide, team, man.
You too, man.
All right, Angel calling up from Pigeon Ford. Got the callers in. We got Coach Smook, I know, on deck. So we'll bring you in a minute. Cook 'em up. What's up, man? You just you are in first place at the Super Chat leaderboard. Hey, fam. Love your work, passion, and enthusiasm. I give you credit for the cook 'em up because of you, Kyle. That's how my face for days. Keep that from man to man. No, I appreciate you, man. I real respect. I think like like the passion and the enthusiasm I have. I mean, like this is like so. There's Kyle Henderson work mode, but I'm like this in real life.
Yeah, this is just Kyle.
Like this isn't like some sort of like I
He doesn't
like
turn it off.
no, I don't. Like I'm like super passionate about all of everything.
Yeah,
honestly,
everything he does.
My kids, my family, like people that are close to me, like everything. Like I'm in it. Like my workout, everything. Like this morning, I woke up this morning. Okay, so we this workout again. I get it, and guess what? I'm leading tomorrow again. But I got there this morning. I woke up at 4. And I took off, and I got there at 4:30 because I wanted to scout out downtown, so how my truck could back up, so we could use the power ropes. I'm just in it. Like I can't wait. I couldn't wait to wake up to lead those group of men, and I can't wait to be here with you guys. Honestly, like I really like what I do, and I really like our next host who's coming on. And do we have Coach Smook on? Mm-hmm. Oh, I can't see him in the bottom. Could we
I
add
guess
Coach
he was here, but I guess he jumped out for a second.
Oh, he jumped out. Okay. Well, Coach Smook, come back.
Come back, Smook.
Yeah, come back, Smook. But thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you so much. And thanks for being here. We got Coach Smook coming up. And as I was saying, I think Coach Smook has some detail on a prospect that could be potentially hitting the transfer portal. I know Alabama needs help in the secondary, so I think when you're looking at other players, something could be happening right now. So Coach Smook will get you covered here at that 11 a.m. window. And then tonight, our schedule, we have 5. T, remind me of the schedule
yes,
again.
so we are at 5, and then 1 second. I think it's Jarek and Merill at 6, Sean at 7, and Smook at 8.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm teasing, I guess?
Yeah.
All right. I'm teasing.
Well, you're at 5, and Jarek and Merill are at 6, so.
So I'm at 5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so that's the schedule, fam. So
we can move you to 5:45 if you want.
Yeah. Okay. We can talk about it. And then when Smook rolls through, we'll get him in. So I saw him pop in, and then he popped out. And I get Andrew Bone just said that Turbo Rogers is officially moving back to Montgomery, go to high school. We had talked about that earlier, but I guess it's official now, which is cool. He was at the IMG Academy. He's already committed to Alabama. The guy has the best nickname in high school, Turbo, like as a running back. Are you kidding me? I love it. So Turbo Rogers coming in. I was also yesterday, as you saw as well, Alabama added, it was wild because they added 3 coaches yesterday and 1 left. And I don't even know if Will Inge was even like, here. It's kind of like one of those other coaches. But the guys who are coming in, you finally have everything set in stone. So this is what I would tell you, fam, undefeated. Just be watching for news that is going to happen soon this week. I don't think we're going to have a down day of news. And what I mean by that is like contracts starting to be released. You're starting to see Coach Kaylen DeBoer more active on Twitter, which means they're comfortable. Like he's in his own digs. He feels comfortable now. Fourth quarter program has been going on. So those guys, you're going to start to see more of that footage. I'm kind of shocked that we don't have video of the fourth quarter program yesterday. Oh, you know what? I saw on social media, one of the support staff, did you guys see this? He tweeted out a photo of the players doing basically like warm-up calisthenics, and they're kind of like they're blasting off one foot. And then everybody was like, oh my goodness, Alabama's done because it's it's not necessarily a ballet play, but it's like calisthenics. It's about explosion. And if you've ever, you can tell the people who haven't played sports are the people that are circulating this, like laughing at Alabama. It's all about explosion. You try lifting off one leg. I'm serious. It's grueling, right? Even a 2-step broad jump is difficult. One leg blast off, really difficult. So for those people that are like making fun of Alabama, A, they've never played sports before. And 2, that's kind of an explosion drill in terms of like calisthenics. I mean, you think David Ballou, like there's a system to this, right? It's football, it's sports. Smook, give me a thumbs up, man, if you can hear me, and I'll bring you in. Aaron, what's up, man? Aaron Simmons, this is a fire avatar. What's going on here? It's like looks like a hawk going to the sun. Look at this, T. This is cool.
Yeah, that is
I
cool.
like this. Yeah, I like this a lot. Smook's ready. All right, Smook. Smook, what's up, man?
What's good, man?
Man, are you standing? You got like a standing desk? Oh, no. I was like, man, you're standing today. Oh, here we go.
Hold on.
Oh, is it me? Is it me? It's me. No, I got to turn the echo off when I take the calls.
Oh, yeah. All right, that's me.
What's
good, everybody?
So Coach, I thought you were standing, and I want to have one of my spots because I've done a couple of my shows where I'm standing, and it's a different show when you're doing something standing. I feel it's a little bit better. And
to me, that's I usually like to when I'm talking, I like to be standing up, and
me too. Yeah, I kind of have some ideas. T hasn't been on board with some like one of these ideas about my standing with like the TV behind.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it would look really cool. It would be a big investment.
Yeah, I want to put a TV on one of these walls and then stand and like do the show and you have the TV behind.
Wouldn't it be better to do a green wall so you could graphically put
that? See, but then does it come down to like a lighting thing?
I mean, bro, Kyle, if you got a big wall enough to stand up and do streaming from, your lighting should be perfect already. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, and those lights, you know, them box lights, the box stage lights. You get one of those. I think you got a 10x8 wall, something like that. We can work it easy.
Huh? Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. T's the pessimistic.
It's a 4-foot wall.
No, this wall is not.
Oh, that wall.
No, that wall and this wall. They're big walls.
Okay, that's a 6-foot wall. Yeah.
6 feet is good. 6x8 is good.
It's 74 inches across.
That's 6 feet across. Is it 10 feet high?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we good. We good.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Smook, they're warmed up for you, man. They're pumped up. There was so much news, and I know you might have some more good news or something that we're at least kind of like creeping on.
You want to stick around or you got to go?
Yeah, I'll stay around for a few. So
give me a few minutes of dialogue real quick, Kyle. Just a few minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So why don't you tell everybody kind of where we're at and then kind of fill them in just a little bit.
Okay. So what's up, everybody? We'll do all the shout outs and stuff, but I got to get this to y'all. As of yesterday, you all know Keon Sabb committed, already enrolled at the University of Alabama. Things are already moving forward. He's there. Excited about this opportunity. Didn't want to go through all the extra hoopla, which is a good sign. Not just for him, but for future. You know, Amari, his brother, Xavier and Amari, both of them, their family is interested in Alabama. That was kind of like their dream, one of their dream opportunities if they were to ever get it. And to be getting it under Kaylen DeBoer is kind of like the trend right now. And so I made a post yesterday, and a guy that I really respect, a guy that I look up to in this industry, and Kyle, you got a personal relationship with him, Clint Lamb. I retweeted one of his tweets, but I went into the extent of like, not everybody in this in college football, not all the players are chasing bags. A lot of these kids with quality still want to play for coaches who know how to win. So with all the changes and stuff, where's the winners at? You got hype everywhere, but where's the winners? And if you look at college football right now, there are only 2 real winners in college football right now that are head coaches. That's Kirby Smart and that's Kaylen DeBoer. Nobody else is winning at a rate like these 2 are.
Mm-hmm.
So when guys like Keon Sabb and guys like Parker's Brailsford and Jeremy Bernard and Damani Jackson, when those type of guys are saying, hey, I could be here and be a star. It doesn't matter where I'm at. I could be a star, but I gotta go. I gotta go play in the best league, in the best conference with one of the best coaches. I got an opportunity to go there and have an immediate impact and really, and we're getting some good character guys too from the portal. So next up, and y'all can quote me, y'all can keep doubting me all you want, but Will Johnson will be hitting the portal. I don't know when. It may be today. It may be right now while I'm talking. But it's not going to take long, and he is not going to waste time in the portal. He is not wasting time. Will Johnson has a lot of things on his plate right now. He has a lot of draft stock after his performance last year, especially in the national championship game. So knowing playing against this offense at Kaylen DeBoer last year, he had probably his best game. And now he gets to go into a spring and go into this scheme where he's probably going to be, if he comes to Alabama, which I strongly believe, I think he's coming into a scheme where he gets to really have Johnson Island. This 4-2-5 allows him to have Johnson Island and the type of setup. I'm telling you, man, he's going to float. He's going to be your ISO corner when he comes to Bama, because you think you get a chance to let Damani Jackson possibly be your other boundary corner, and you get young guys coming in and developing as dime corners with their natural athleticism and things of that nature. So Will Johnson, y'all keep your eyes open. It might happen today.
Wow. Will Johnson. Okay. Well, guess my lunch break won't be too long if I take one. All right, Smook. So you got him. I appreciate you and all that you do. Last night, you know, we popped on, we crushed it, killing it. The time is coming, man. You're almost here. Yeah. And by the way, Bone just tweeted out that Turbo has officially moved back to Montgomery.
Yeah. And that's more news with that. So we're gonna dive all into it, man. I kind of messed up my topics in the past hour because all the stuff that I've been getting in like the past hour, man. Just getting ready. I almost wasn't ready to come on, because I'm just talking and texting, and people. It's getting serious right now for Alabama football. Like, people thought Saban leaving was going to be like a change. Oh yeah, it's a change, but not like everybody expected. Kaylen DeBoer, I don't know what type of blessings came with him when he came from Washington, but he's trailblazing right now.
That's what's up, man. We'll have a good segment. Smook, I'll be here, there. So just hit me up and have a good segment, man. Ladies and gentlemen, please take care of Smook like you guys take care of me. And with that said, Smook, take him home.
You already know, bro. Yes, sir. Let's get it, baby. Woo! I know y'all hype now. After that little inside scoop. Ooh, I kind of like that little view, y'all, real quick. Look, just the opening. That might be straight. Y'all think the rest of the squad will be on some junk like that? Ooh, what's up? Welcome to the chat, everybody. We showing love in the chat. We y'all gonna... Oh, I'm looking for this one, T. This one right here. Boom. Thank you. But hey, show some love in the chat, man. Run them emotes up, man. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all, hey, can y'all hear it? I got y'all. We're gonna turn it. Listen, y'all, I'm excited. Today is gonna be another day of energy. You know what I'm saying? I still got a little bit left. It's my second cup since this morning. Don't be mad at me. I got a little bit more energy today. I woke up this morning. I didn't even do the full 15-minute workout because it didn't take me 15 minutes. It didn't really take me 15 minutes, but I did a nice workout this morning. Got my blood flowing, I did more stretching this morning than I did, actual muscle stuff. So it felt good this morning. I'm feeling good. Y'all see I got a ball cap on. You know what I'm saying? My wife just don't understand how happy I am to be able to wear hats again. I'm a cap guy. So y'all want to start, ain't no caffeine. This ain't decaf. It's just a lot of sugar in it, sis. Just a lot of sugar and creamer. But yeah, run it up, man. Let's go. Y'all got the emos going. Let's get to it. What's good, man? My guy Joseph in the chat, man. King family in the chat. King family, come on, man. Hey, King family, can I get a feature on one of your reactions? I want to do a reaction with you, bro. I think you should have the whole Bama football YouTube cast on with you to do a reaction, bro. You be having some good stuff over there. I think you get Kyle's reaction to some of the videos you be playing, man. Some of that stuff go. Coach Sean, some of Coach Sean reactions to those videos, I think you'll go viral, man. Rich B, what's good, fam? What's good, everybody? BB in the chat, let's go. Caitlin in the chat. Ebony, my sister. Ebony Williams, Noah's moms is in the chat. Noah's moms is in the chat. Y'all see that? You gotta put S's on the back of it. Noah's moms is in the chat. Let's get it. Let's get it, man. Brad Smith in the chat. DR334 in the chat. Tink. MJ. What's good, everybody? Ahmad. What's good? Rodney, what's good? Rodney, was your wife watching us yesterday? It was somebody came in. I can't remember the lady's name, y'all. Came in with, I think it was Janet Tuberville. I'm not sure, man, but I was asking. They never answered, though. Maybe I was being too weird. What's good, though, everybody? Jarvis Mitchell in the chat. LaQuasia, Tink, my brother, what's good? Eddie Wesley in the chat. Let's go, man. Cook them up. How you feeling today? How you feeling? Look at Ebony. You turning up? Hey, 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 hey. We feeling good today, y'all. We feeling good. Dylan, what's good? That beat stuck in your head, I know it. Patrick, what's going on, man? What? What's good, family? How you feeling? Rocket Town, how you feeling, my guy? Roll Tide, everybody. How y'all feeling? My nurse self getting on you. Wait, hold on. Your nurse self. Oh, yeah, hey, look. Your inner nurse, always. All that sugar, yeah, man. I keep a little, sweetener and sugar. Smook, you calling Caden 7 mile run, 6 minute pace. You ready? Let me tell you, I don't know if I could keep that pace no more, but I will call some cadence. We might have to drop it down to a 9.5, 10 minute mile pace right now, the way my body built right now. You know what I'm saying? I ain't in that kind of shape no more, man, but I feel you, dog. I feel you, dog. That's the type of motivation I feel. I might can make it half a mile. If we do half a mile, I could do it. 6 minute mile pace, half a mile, 2 laps. I could feel that. I could feel that. BB, what BB say? Let me see what BB just said. What happened with BB? They're my peoples. Y'all know BB our peoples, y'all. What up, 2Gs? My boy E-Man in the chat. Boy, let's go, man. How y'all feeling today, though? Everybody feeling good? Everybody feeling good? After some of the uncertainty with the coaching changes and all of that yesterday, it started off kind of rocky, right? With Ainge, still trying to rebound from Grubb and Huff leaving, trying to figure that whole situation out and solidify the offensive line tight ends coach. You're going to look at the hires that we get, Brian Ellis, Chris Kaplovic, and then you go and you lose William Ainge all in the same breath, right? All in the same time frame, within the same hour and a half, 2 hours. But then you turn around, you go get Christian Robinson. And after yesterday, after all the information has came out about him, a lot of people are really excited about Christian Robinson. Like, I'm talking about a lot of people in the organization are excited about him. Of all the hires that happened, the linebacker coach is the one that everybody's most excited about. And this is a guy, like, he played the position at a high level in college. He played at Georgia. And when I say you go back and you look at some of, he didn't play a lot. Battled a lot of injuries during his time, but this is a formidable coach. He's been at a lot of SEC schools. And you look at the time frame of his stops, you're like, okay, I can see some of the product that he's been able to produce and develop. So I'm excited about this. Somebody said Robinson is an upgrade. I truly believe that now that we've all kind of settled down and we look at what's actually been produced, Robinson has done it in the SEC for majority of his career. So I like it. You've been slipping this year, but now you back at it. Oh, you talking about at the gym? Oh yeah, we all getting back to it, y'all. We all getting back to it. Yeah. Hey, who is this? What's up, John? How you feeling today? Appreciate you for pulling up today. But yeah, man. So we got all the coaching hires out the way, right? But then not only did we get the coaching hires, man. Y'all remember that one kid that entered the transfer portal a few weeks ago, and a lot of fan bases was like, "You guys are done. Nobody wants to play at Bama. This, that, and the third." I want to do a fan diagnostic report right now, right? And this diagnostic, this is my nice way of calling this a fair weather fan rant again, right? So I'm gonna call it the fan diagnostic report, okay? And my diagnostic report reads this, okay? And let me pull my notes out. Let me pull the notes out the statistics. Let me see. Can I pull these up? All right. At the time of Caleb Downs' transfer, you had multiple Bama fans, many Bama fans with a lot of a large media following, saying that Alabama had lost its touch. Kaylen DeBoer would not be able to recruit. He would not be able to maintain enough talent on the roster to compete next year. You had fans in this chat at that time that were saying, this is going to be a 6-win team. Good luck trying to get back to 9-10 win seasons. Back to mediocrity for us. Let's just accept it, right? Yeah, I remember that, right? So I plugged in my fan diagnostic device. Let me find it. I think I had it over here. Babe, can you give me that fan diagnostic device hanging up over there? I asked my wife to get my fan diagnostic device over there for me. So I had to pull out my fan diagnostic device, right? I hope y'all listening, y'all. Yes, Dr. Smook is in the building. Dr. Coach Smook is in the building. I had to get my fan diagnostic device, right? And this device has yet to fail me during my time of being a fan doctor, meaning I diagnose fans of the Alabama fan base. And yes, this is a fan diagnostic device, a FDD, fan diagnostic device here. And so what we did was Eddie Wesley, hold on, let me get this super chat before I continue with my diagnostic. Eddie Wesley with the $5 super chat. My guy says, Coach Smook, thanks for all the knowledge and insight you bring to us daily on Alabama football. Roll Tide. Hey, much love to you, man. Appreciate your support and for you continuing to support the channel, even with your monetary value. The super chat vibe is definitely there. I love it, bro. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you for real. Roll Tide. But back to my doctor moment. So had to pull out the fan diagnostic device, and I'm gonna tie this around my head so I make sure that everybody understands that this is a serious moment for all the naysayers and all the people that continue to doubt, right? And so I had to pull out my fan diagnostic device, and I started just, beginning to work and operate on all the naysayers, all the fair weather fans, and I began to say, pump your brakes. Kaylen DeBoer can coach, but he is also a relatable person, right? So me with my fan diagnostic device, it's like a part of me, I just was extending it to help others. And everything that I began to say that this panel, not just me, I'm not going to take all the credit, but everything that Kyle said, everything that Coach Sean said, Ty, Coach Jay, and Coach Jake Merill has just come on to the staff, and everything that we've been saying has kind of been happening, right? Now, you are sometimes when you're diagnosing some things, sometimes the machine will misfire, right? Sometimes you're gonna miss. Sometimes you might miss, But when you really know what you're talking about, and when you really put your time in, and you do your maintenance on your machine, you do your research, right? You're going to be on point. And that's what's happening here with Kaylen DeBoer. Kaylen DeBoer did enough research on his own to come in with a general idea of what this transition could mean, right? And this transition could have meant, hey, I could be a stickler and try to recreate the wheel, or I could be what is it called? Flexible. I could be adaptable and not recreate the wheel, but continue to evolve the wheel. And if you look at how he has shaped up this staff and what he has targeted for his support staff, meaning all of his staff is either a head coach, a former head coach, or a former coordinator. I think all but 2 on that staff have coordinating or head coach experience, correct or not? Somebody tell me. Because I even think Nick Sheridan and Jamarcus Shepard were offensive coordinators at some point. On both sides of the ball, all your position coaches have some play calling experience. They have some type of head coach or some type of coach in a managerial position experience, right? So you hook that up, right? And you line that up with maintaining the number 2 recruiting class, on a class you had no type of input on as far as recruiting, but their ratings and their likings had them rated number 1. You lose 1 guy out of that class. Well, you lose 2. Your one that everybody's so hyped about, Julian saying, is the quarterback that doesn't even fit your scheme. So no loss to you. You turn around, you keep this class intact. You bring in 3 5-star cornerbacks, a position that straight up evaded. A position when the portal opened, these boys, Antonio Kite, Earl Little, Trey Amos, Caleb Downs. Who else? Who else hit the portal from the secondary? All them cats left. And should have been the next ones up, but they left. So I'm glad guys like Jaleel Hurley stuck around. I'm glad we got a guy like Damani Jackson. I'm glad, and that's a big thing. You keep a guy like Jaleel Hurley, a rangy guy in the secondary. You keep him on the roster. You keep Tony Mitchell. You keep Malachi Moore, your leader in the secondary. You keep hard workers like Brayson Hubbard. You go and get a guy like Damani Jackson. He comes over and commits before Saban retires, but then he says, oh, snap, Kaylen DeBoer here? Yeah, I'm going to stick around for this ride. Give me a national championship so I go ahead and go to the draft. You get what I'm saying? And then you not only do you do that, and everybody, you know, they like, oh, they don't got talent still. You go out, you get Noah Carter. You get him, you get him out of his national letter of intent from Washington. He follows Kaylen DeBoer and his staff, the vibe of this staff. He follows this vibe. You bring him in with Jeremy Bernard, Parker Brailsford, and Austin Mack. Another highly touted 4-star kid that reclassified to come in a year early and already has the jump on the system, a physical specimen at the quarterback position. And if you turn on the film, you get excited with possibly seeing him as a starter next year for the next 2 years. Not this season, but probably next year. And if something happens to where Jalen Merill can't go, I believe Austin Mack might get the nod ahead of whoever QB number 2 is projected to be. And I don't know. You know, that's just a little quick run out from the diagnostic. That was just, doctor get talking sometimes. But yeah, so this fan diagnostic device has been a lifesaver. So chat, undefeated. If y'all ever run into some fans, right? This right here, I'm speaking figuratively. I'm not promoting violence, anything like that, but figuratively, pull this fan diagnostic device out and just start swinging that thing. Start swinging it. You know what I'm saying? Swinging that thing. Come with your facts. Pull the facts out and just let's open up the book. Let's start researching. Google got all this information. Google got all that information, and you out here trying to act like you don't know how to look. Just look at the doggone. Look at the statistics. This coach has won it everywhere he went with less talent. Now he's coming into a league. This is a top heavy league. There are 2 teams at the top of the SEC right now. Let's be real. There are 2 teams at the top of the SEC, and Alabama was one of them last year. So, get y'all act together. All right. Fan diagnostic device, turned it off. We good. So everybody good after this fan diagnostic, right? The fan diagnostic report. Now that everybody's calmed down, you look at the coaching staff, you look at the players. You had Keon Sabb yesterday. You're kind of coming out of you're leaving the hospital room or the clinic feeling a lot better after that fan diagnostic report. After you kind of lay it all out and look at everything that's happened that we've lost, look at how much we've gained since Coach Saban retired. I think we good. Lisa, that's who it was. Rodney. It was Lisa Tuberville. Lisa, is you and Rodney, is y'all related or is y'all married? Man, y'all already know. The QB battle will be interesting, Alexa. The QB battle will be interesting. I definitely agree with that. But the thing is, if Jalen Merill grasps this even a little bit, like if he comes out first spring practice and displays any type of like grasping of this offense on the fluent level in the first stages, it is over for the rest of that quarterback room. I'm telling you. Look at the type of progression he made last year with all the struggles around him. Horrible center. Young left tackle that was struggling early in the season. Didn't understand the situation earlier at right guard position until Jaden Roberts got in there. And once Jaden Roberts got inserted, then now you have to work on guys like Malik Benson dropping 3rd and 7s at the sticks when they wide open. Or you getting pushed out of the pocket because your left tackle is finally, picking up. But now you're not reading the blitz coming off the edge over there. So it was small things that was happening with Jalen Merill that didn't happen every game, right? They didn't happen every game. So I can't wait to see him progress in this offense. Let's jump into this. Will Johnson, we kind of talked about it. I don't want to dwell on it. Will Johnson is definitely a target in the portal that we're looking at, but I'm hearing that we're looking at a few offensive linemen too. One being, I got to pull the name up. I'm sorry, y'all. And this will be huge if this guy hits the portal. If this guy hits the portal, then that means something is changing. That means more coaches to be leaving from Michigan. Let me pull this roster up. And I can't remember the kid's name. But I'm excited because it's an offensive lineman, right? And this is a place on the field that I think we need as much competition as possible. In the offensive line room, also in the secondary. I think we need to add a few more bodies, not necessarily for guys to come in and start, but guys that could come in and start. Well, I think we have enough talent. I think we just need more depth. Let me pull this up, y'all. And I want y'all to take this with a grain of salt. This is just a rumor. Like I haven't even done my like a full in-depth research. I just saw a conversation about it late yesterday. And where is he at? Where is he? He's a sophomore. Andrew Gentry. Y'all ever heard the name Andrew Gentry? He plays for Michigan right now. I think he's going into, this will be his junior year, right? I mean, play 4 years collegiate ball. I mean, varsity ball in high school. Ended up playing. He came in at UConn, right? I mean, playing against UConn. I'm sorry. His debut, his freshman year, and that's what put him on the map. I'm looking at the highlights. If we can get this young man, he's a guard. He can play tackle. I think he comes in. We might bump him out the guard. He's 6'7", 327. So put him at one of the tackle positions. You get one spot, you know, in competition, you get a lot of competition in one spot. Maybe the left tackle, somebody a little bit more familiar with the system, right? You put them at left tackle to secure your quarterback's backside. We don't have any left-handed quarterbacks on the roster right now. So that'd be cool. That'd be cool. I'm not saying that's a lock, but I heard the name Andrew Gentry. He's an upcoming junior. He's played significant stats for Michigan. Both years he's been on campus. It would be a huge get for us. He played in all 15 games that they won last year. And yeah, I think it'd be a huge get. So don't be surprised if we start hearing more names hop into the portal. You already know about Will Johnson. I think Will Johnson is a lock. Courtney Morgan just had, like you said, Courtney Morgan got players in every area code. Like, we're going to have a song made for him. We're going to remix it for him. Yeah. Jared, you think Merill running away with the Heisman? I think if he grasps any part of this offense, any phase of it during the spring, this summer is going to be beautiful to him. Hey, y'all, I think my tweet is going viral. Let me double check something. Hey, y'all, I want to show y'all a tweet real quick. And I want y'all to tell me how I should handle this real quick. I need my undefeated family to talk to me real quick. Cause folks really be trying me sometimes, y'all. And I be trying to be good, you know, and keep it football, right? Who this? Hey. Oh man, y'all gotta be kidding me. Time out, man. Time out, y'all. This is what's crazy. This is what's crazy. Anybody y'all on Bama message boards or anything like that? Who's on Bama message boards? Alexa, I'm not gonna troll the trolls. I'm not gonna waste airtime with it. But who's on message boards right now? Y'all can go to Twitter and I'm gonna reply to some with a GIF right now, and y'all will see what I'm talking about. Hold on, I gotta find a good one. Y'all can see it on my face, huh? I want a good one. So I just tweeted if you say so, like a GIF, dude sipping coffee. So if y'all want to go check it out, y'all see what I responded to. People get mad because you don't. It's a certain way you do this in the business that I'm learning, and I'm learning every day. And people get mad because you don't want to give them information. Like, why do you want the information that I worked hard to get, right? Why do you want it? So you can be informed, right? Well, why would I give you something that I'm not, I'm not going to be that guy. I'm going to go with what I know for sure. Ryan Grubb was the first situation where it looked like I was wrong. But if you go back and look at where I made the call before he made his announcement, right? And then a day later, of course, y'all know what happened. But when I say I go by information that's legit, I that's all I do, man. I don't chase no tweets, none of that stuff. I go find sources. I go to the resource, right? And then that's when I begin to speak on things. So yeah, man. But it's real, man. It's real. That's what we got it. And it ain't about playing the game. It's like I talk it like I really in my mind. That's how I push it out, because that's how it is in my mind. I'm feeling the buzz, so I want everybody else to feel the buzz with me. If I'm telling you something at a stage that it's at, it's because that's the real stage that I believe it's at. I'm not gonna hype nothing up and that I don't know nothing about. So that's my early growth part. And look, everybody keep talking about Will Johnson. Yeah. So if you come and show up on the live, you'll get it live, right? Facts. Get on our level, man. I had Grove staying where it's that. Hey, a lot of people did. And these are people, and these are people that are actually at the program every day that can walk into Malmore. Hey, buddy, what'd you eat for breakfast this morning? Like, yeah, these are people that I've been privileged to be able to rub some elbows with and shake hands with virtually, not in person, but yeah. So yeah, let's get back to it, y'all. I was about to get on somebody's neck, but I ain't gonna do it. We ain't got to, chat. We're gonna let them live today. We're gonna let them live. All right, so next up we got the spring game ball hype. Now, this is something that I'm very excited about. One, I think we're all excited just to kind of meet each other. I think that's more so. But I'm excited about what these guys are bringing to this team. Let's start with the coaching staff. I'm excited to see what type of energy is going to be on the sideline, right? The plan is for us to have some type of inside look during practices, some type of takes, live coverage, whether it's me or Kyle at the practices trying to get clips or whatever. The plan is to have that, but anytime if I'm the one put up for that assignment, I will tell you, I'm not going to come out here, sunshine pumping anything. Don't expect like the crazy reports of somebody looks great and all this. Like a lot of stuff. When I'm at practices, I am at practices to find flaws. So not saying I'm going to be negative Nancy. I said Nancy negative. What in the world is that word? Time out. Let's take a quick second. Pause. What is a Nancy negative? Right? Somebody... Come on, y'all. What is wrong? Come on. It's the coffee. They put something in my coffee. Smell like coffee. What is a Nancy negative? What's a glitch in the matrix? What's a Nancy negative? Somebody tell me. What's a Nancy sugar? Hey, it do, bro, because I don't do this every day. So like Tuesdays and Fridays is probably the day you're going to see me come over here with coffee. And this is what happens. It's like I could feel it. I took a good shower, y'all, like a very good shower. And I was able to, get my skin routine going and everything, trying to get my body back healthy all the way inside and out. So, yeah, man, drinking that coffee and eating that good breakfast early. I had oatmeal from McDonald's, too. I didn't eat no, I'm done with pork all the way, except bacon. I'm going to still do some bacon. And if y'all have a pulled pork sandwich at A-Day, I might break my little cleansing, but other than that, yeah. Checking in at lunch, man. Hey, my boy, Patriot Life coming through with the $10 super chat, man. Turn up one more time for my boy. He said, checking in at lunch. RDT, roll doggone tide, coach and the undefeated. Man, appreciate you for that $10 super chat, my guy, Patriot Life. Always coming through with the love, man. You had got this Lex, this Dexing on us. Hey, you know what's messed up? You wrote that wrong and I read it right. I know you wrote it wrong on purpose, but I read it right, reading it wrong. That's crazy. That's crazy how the mind, oh yeah. It's crazy how the mind works. Blunt Conversation said the oatmeal be hitting. Yes, it does. It is probably the best thing on their menu, for real, in real life. Not even playing. Hey, Nancy Negative, like a Bama hater. Hey, remember this phrase for me, chat. Hey, I'm telling y'all, remember this phrase because it's gonna go viral. Nancy Negative. Nance of negative, all right? Nance of negative, y'all. Done with the pork. Well, I never be done with the pork. See, and that's the thing. I can't say I'm done with it because I won't be done with bacon. Like I'm not gonna get rid of bacon. Moon Rocker probably gonna beat me up for that. You know, I'm sorry, Moon Rocker, but I can't give up the bacon, man. Maybe in like 10 years when it's a need, but right now, and I don't do it a lot. So yeah, add it to my text dictionary, Jared. You better send me the doggone email too with the proper enunciation and the definition. The Nance of negatives. People that's always being negative. They hating. Oh man. Bruh, you can get I can and I will. I just don't want to. I don't want to right now. I don't want to. So yeah. But let's jump into the next segment, y'all. We got the hidden gem segment. Now these, y'all know yesterday we did under the radar. So but because we had a little bit more news. Wait, I didn't even get done talking about spring ball hype. But I'm excited about spring ball, right? I'm excited about meeting y'all. Y'all always get me off subject. But what's happening is this spring ball, we're going to see a lot of guys being tried and worked at different positions. I'm hearing that the likes of Jaron Hamilton is being floated from slot to the Z. Like the thought and philosophy around personnel, right? And these are conversations, not necessarily between coaching staff, just conversations between analysts, people who are close to the program that are, you know, kind of got a good philosophy of how Kaylen DeBoer wants to fit guys in certain spots. I'm hearing a lot of, you know, running back room rotation. Those percentages that we put out with who's going to get percentages of carries, is sounding as if this is going to be more of an even load as far as the top three backs getting carries. So we might see more of Richard Young than I expected. We might see more of a Jam Justice, Richard Young rotation on like a drive basis type of deal, a momentum type basis type deal. I think Kaylen DeBoer has a good feel for how he wants to play guys. And I can't wait to see what some of these personnel groupings, these base personnel groupings, fall on the field. I'm also excited to see whether we're going to see ones versus ones, or is it just going to be a good mix of two teams? Will they bring out the crimson, the black versus white? You get what I'm saying? The crimson versus white. Like, are they going to keep the tradition of you know, certain? You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm excited. The hype for A-Day is going to be so. I mean, the magnitude of it is going to be felt outside of Tuscaloosa. I'm telling you. So me getting down there early was definitely, you know, kind of like a God ordained thing, because I wasn't trying to make that trip during the day, like the day of. This will probably be the only year I don't try to get my kids to come, because I'm in a different lane this year, right? I want to get a good feel for it, being on this new platform, and I know my boys might be able to make it. So y'all. a quick outage. Let me get the right thing up. Here we go. My fault, y'all. We had a quick outage. It happens like on certain days. Every like Tuesday around this time. It was right afternoon, around 12:30, 12:45. It's like an internet outage, man. Dino, ain't nobody. Hey, look, Texas can't offer me no bag, man. My name ain't Caleb or Isaiah. They get it right, man. And they ain't no shade. That's real. Well, yeah. I'm back. Appreciate y'all for sticking around. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't. I can't control that. That's the internet. I seen a little signal pop up. I was trying to get out and get back in before it froze. But if y'all can see, they do test sometimes Wi-Fi. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They do like maintenance in the middle of the day, right? Crazy stuff. StreamYard has their own maintenance time. They kind of send out. Yeah, I'm good, Taylor. StreamYard sometimes sends out like a notification saying that they're going to be doing maintenance on their server or whatever, but this is an internet thing here, so it happened for a quick second. It's like a 20-second thing that happens. I don't know who that is from Augusta. Don't know. It don't look important, so I ain't gonna bother. But yeah, so hidden gems, man. Let's talk about a few players that I want to highlight coming into spring ball, and I'm gonna stay on the offensive side for the rest of this week because it's a lot of players that I believe because of the offensive scheme that's coming in, we're going to start seeing bits and pieces of them. And when they get their opportunities, they're going to do good. They're going to make big with it. So, can y'all hear me good? Who were the portal targets? All right. The portal target is looking like we getting Andrew Gentry might be entering the portal, offensive lineman from Michigan. He's a guy that we're looking at, that I would say look out for. I won't say we're looking at, but look out for him. For Alabama to target him coming if he goes into the portal. He can play tackle, he can play guard, he might come in and be a solid tackle, instant tackle fit for us. Shout out to my guy Juvie86 for the $5 super chat. He said A-Day ain't getting here fast enough. I can't wait to see what the team going to look like. Roll Tide. Appreciate that $5 super chat, my guy Juvie86 with the $5 super chat. Roll Tide. T, if you got the fan funder graphic, can you pull that up? Because I haven't had a chance to do that, and I want to get into that before I start talking about these hidden gems. So if you heard me back there, I want to get that fan funder graphic because we got a lot of new people. I see a few new comments coming in, and they not members. So I want to give everybody an opportunity to enjoy these perks of becoming a fan funder. Like I said, it's one of those things where you get in, you get a part of your team. You see everybody, all my fan funders for the next 20 seconds. Can you run up your emotes? Whatever emotes you want to do, it ain't got to be Coach Smoot. Show some love to the whole emote package. Show them what the emote arsenal looking like so they could be hype and want to, be motivated to join the fan funders. Now with the fan funders, you're going to get access to some exclusive content, y'all. The big thing about this right now is we're in the off season, so we're just starting to kind of put it together and have like a what to expect going forward. But now, with so many creators and panelists on, you're going to see a lot of content coming your way in the next few months while you're waiting for the season to start. This off season, it's going to be a lot of interactive lives happening between the panelists because we want to keep you all engaged and up to date on whatever news, Oh snap, my guy Sixter say with the $5 super chat, he said, so will the undefeated be wearing shirts at A-Day game? Hey, you order them, that's on you. If you order them, that's on you. I know I'm gonna have on some undefeated gear. I'm gonna have a mix of some stuff because I got a few people that I'm showing love to. It's gonna be a mixture of Alabama paraphernalia. So just know it's gonna be love. But yeah, so when you join, you become a fan funder. You can either scan this QR code that's on the screen. A lot of times I think you could actually hold down on the screen now with some phones. The new iPhone, you press down on this QR code, it'll pop up the link to go and become a fan funder. Or you can go to the main page of the YouTube channel where Bama football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson, the homepage. There's a link there. Read the description. There's a link. Fan funder. Click that join. You could join as low as $2.99 or up. There's different tiers. You get access to certain levels. Special emojis like you see going up in the chat, exclusive videos that I was just talking about, behind the scenes stuff, breaking news, inside scoop, who to look for, where to look for, under the radar, spotlight player of the week, all of this stuff. Then you're going to have, you're doing something great that we can't thank you enough for, and that's funding us as a cast. We do. It is free to watch, but it's not free to operate. Meaning, what we do is not just a hobby. This is a passion for everybody on this panel, and we're trying to become something that's reliable, something that's consistent. And you know, when you do that, that's basically a job. And we appreciate y'all for employing us, man. We appreciate y'all for taking care of us and donating and showing your support with your monetary value, but also your support, your emotional support. So I appreciate you all for becoming fan funders. Now, let's get back into it. And remember, Crimson Blood with the $2 super chat says, remember who said it? Coach Smoot. Hey, that's gonna be my thing, man. That's gonna be my thing. Remember who said it. Appreciate that $2 super chat, Crimson Blood 22. And I saw your message in the Discord. I can't be I don't be having time to reply all the time. So I like try to catch up throughout the day when I get in there. But yeah. Tramp stamp or butt cheeks only. What y'all talking about? Getting a tattoo? And them super chats be going crazy. Yeah, y'all be going crazy with them super chats, man. And here goes the link. If you see this comment in the chat, you can click on that link and you'll be able to become a fan funder. All right, so getting back to the topic at hand, y'all. Let's talk about these hidden gems. I got two that I want to talk about. First one up, he's in the wide receiver room. I'm excited about him. And both of these guys are coming out of the receiving core, but one out of the wide receiver room, and I want to talk about it. It's my guy, Jaron Hamilton. It is my guy, Jaron Hamilton. All right. This is a young man that a lot of people aren't talking about. He doesn't have a lot of hype around him. You look at the numbers, he's the size of a receiver that we're actually excited about having at Alabama, right? And Jeremy Bernard. These two guys are virtually like literally same size, same build. You look at the position he played a lot at last year, and this is why I said Jeremy Bernard was brought in, because you want to solidify that Z position in this style of offense. This guy's going to touch the ball a lot, and in this style of offense, he's going to be your first read on the quick screen, wide receiver screens. He's going to be a lot of your RPO relief, your RPO keyed RPO read. So the Z position is important, and you're going to need a lot of depth there, and you're going to need some guys with some speed. Jaron Hamilton is a guy, and I'm not going to say he's a 4.3 guy. I think they had him at a 4.45 or 4.44, something like that, a 4.45, 4.44. His 40 time, and he has straight line speed. So not necessarily straight line speed, but north and south speed. He's not as agile. He doesn't get quick on his feet or anything like that. He's not shifty or anything, but he can stretch the field. And you put him in some deep crossers or some post corner type moves. I'm glad to see. I'm curious to see what Jamarcus Shepard does with developing the likes of Jaron Hamilton. A bigger body. I think he might end up getting some rotation at the X receiver because he's big enough to play that ISO receiver like Jalen Hill, like what I see coming from Rico Scott. But yeah, definitely at that Z position, you get a nice rotation with Kobe Prentice, and Jeremy Bernard right there. That gives Jeremy Bernard flexibility to be like your third guy. That way you're not rushing Hampton onto the field early. You get Bernard in that slot position. You go to a 4 wide receiver set, he might be your 6th or 7th guy in the rotation. And y'all remember I've been saying this. Remember Smoot said it. Remember Coach Sean said it. Remember Jay Merrill said it. Like, this Coach DeBoer and this offensive staff, he preaches rotation. He preaches fresh, keeping guys fresh. You might see a 6-man rotation on the offensive line this year, and that'd be a regular thing. You might see offensive tackle switch out, on certain parts of the field. That might be a regular thing. But I guarantee you, we will see at least 6 to 8 receivers every game. Rotational wise, 6 to 8 receivers will have snaps. And I'm talking about significant amount of snaps. Let's say in this year's offense, every receiver every game will average at least 7 to 8 snaps at minimum. So you got 8 receivers, right? You got 65 snaps a game average, right? You got 8 receivers. That's you could possibly have on the low end, your lowest receiver have 4 snaps, right? How many times we throwing the ball? 30, 25 to 30 times a game. You're giving yourself. Merill's already showcased the ability to spread the ball around, not have a favorite receiver, not have a favorite receiver. He gets the ball around. He can spread the ball around every game. I think he averaged like 6 receivers, 7 receivers, different receivers a game. So I like Jaron Hamilton and his ability to stretch the field, strong hands. You saw him a little bit in the spring game last year. I'm excited to see what he does. Let's go to our next guy. And this is another guy I'm excited about. A lot of people aren't talking to him because you got big names around him, but he's a hard worker. I saw a video of him working out the other day, and I'm excited to see him. Tight end, Jay Lindsey. He's a true freshman coming in this year. He signed early enrolled. I think this guy is going to be a strong special teams guy this year, but do not sleep on him getting opportunities on the field. This is an offense that will rotate 4 tight ends, right? You bring in Josh Cuevas, I think that's the young man's name that just came from Washington. Let me go pull his name up. I got it over here somewhere. Yeah, you got Josh Cuevas coming from Washington, another tight end. That's to me, that's just adding value. Not necessarily saying he's going to come in and start, but that's adding value to that room because now you got somebody in there teaching the likes of CJ Dupree, Danny Lewis, Caleb Odom, Jay Lindsey. You know, all those guys are going to be able to kind of lean on him for what they're looking for. And if you want to be honest, Josh Cuevas is not as athletic as the rest of the guys in this room, but his blocking ability in the run game and on the sprint in the screen game on the perimeter, getting out in the boundary is second to none when it came to how successful this offense was. Just go look at a lot of plays where you saw Adunze and McMillan, those guys breaking for those screens. He was in that out there on the perimeter blocking. You get guys like CJ Dupree, Robbie Oots, Danny Lewis up to par like that. Now you kind of unstoppable on the perimeter. You don't have to pull guards as much. You can put your tight ends out there in space and let them do so. Let's hope that he can come in and create value like that. But Jay Lindsey, 6'5". I'm hearing he already put on the 10 pounds of good weight. So right around 6'5", 240, 245. I think he's Jared, I'm mad you took time out to leave the show. Jared, I can't stand you, Jared. Oh man, Jared, y'all. Jared is my boy, man. Jared, you are so aggravating. Jared, you are so aggravated, bro. You so aggravated. Listen, y'all. I'm gonna screenshot it and post it, Jared. You the GOAT, man. I love you, bro. Love you, man. Yeah, Jeremy Sanders. That's what I was just getting to. These guys, but I wouldn't even say that, Jeremy. You have in the wide receiver room right now, and I'm gonna get to this super chat and I'm gonna get back to your comment, Jeremy. Shout out to Webhead. He said, "Hi, Coach Smoot. You are the best, and you're the reason I'm sending this. Thanks for the scoops." Hey, appreciate that, Webhead. Appreciate that for real, man. Appreciate that for real. I really do. Oh Lord. Cohen got them became a member. Y'all lying. When this happened? Y'all? Did it happen on my live? Nope. Cause y'all know I wouldn't have approved of that mess. I wouldn't have approved of that. I wouldn't have signed off on that, chat. Appreciate that $5 super chat, Webhead. Last night. What? When, Carlin? Why ain't nobody told me? CH, right? He did it and he was incognito with it. Steven Angle, y'all know. I seen it, Caleb. I seen it. Yo, nah. See, now he gonna be talking crazier because he got the little green tag. Oh, dang, man. Hey, he been welcome. He been welcome, T. We still gotta groom him. Put it like that. We're grooming him. That's Coin got my favorite troll though. I will say that. Hey, like Coin got a negative Nancy. A negative Nancy. A negative. Wait, what did I say? Hold up, I gotta pull the email. I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta go get it. My boy Jared got it to me. Let me pull it, y'all. Let me pull it for y'all so we could be with one accord, like the church folks say, with one accord. Let's be with one accord. We gotta get the right term. My guy Jared said, noun, negative. A clown or clowns with no definitive knowledge of the subject at hand that propagate their uneducated thoughts, putting forth as fact non-factual nonsense in order to promote dissent, embarrassing themselves with the sole purpose of negatively influencing a good vibe. Adjective: a person with casual knowledge of a subject with such importance that they truly believe that their opinions are not only facts, but also welcome by any and everyone. Oh my God, Jared, you killed that. I ain't gonna lie, bro. We gotta screenshot that. See, I'm about to screenshot this and send it. I'm gonna upload it for us. Hold on. I think this deserves a 20-second break, a 20-second detour. That is Jared. Shouts, hey. My boy Jared with the whole, that was lit. I'm not gonna lie. That was in depth. It was beautiful. I'm proud of you, Jared. Boy, would you do some type of what they call it? You be citing cases and stuff, Jared? I think Jared be citing cases. He like a paralegal after that type of breakdown. I gotta get this, y'all. I'm about to screenshot it and post it so y'all can be educated. This done made me feel kind of slow. No cap. Made me feel a little slow. All these big words. It weren't really big words. It was just so many like proper words ran back to back. Can't be doing stuff like that, Jared. Like, all right. I don't know how we're going to bring this up. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it like this. Is we up? All right. Boom. So listen. Noun. Nancy negative. A clown or clowns with no definitive knowledge of the subject at hand that propagate their uneducated thoughts, putting forth as fact non-factual nonsense in order to promote dissent, embarrassing themselves with sole purpose of negatively influencing a good vibe. It can also be used as an adjective. A person with casual knowledge of a subject with such importance that they truly believe that their opinions are not only facts, but also welcome by any and everyone. My God, that is so deep. That can be a sermon right there. I could preach off of that, y'all. I would take y'all to church, but we got one more segment. We got one more segment to get to before we get up out of here, y'all. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. We got another super chat. He was gifted by Patriot Life last night. Oh, so he ain't really earn it. He ain't really earn it. Coin guy, you ain't really earn it. You know what I'm saying? You ain't really earn it. So yeah. I ain't tripping. You ain't locked in. I'm gonna send it to you, T. I got it. Hold on. Let me pull this like this real quick. That's so funny though. That's funny. I like that, guys. I really do. That was pretty good. Coin God. I mean, not Coin God, but Jared, you solid, bro. You solid, man. I can rock with that. I'm gonna upload it later. But yeah, appreciate Carla with the super chat. She says he was gifted by Patriot Live with the $2. Man, y'all. Hey, Coin God, we still gonna be pulling you through the trenches, man. We gotta get you delivered. You guys see Sark extension? Yeah, man, I seen it. They better keep him. I mean, that's good for him though. Sark he's turning that program around, getting them back to a competitive level. I think he's gonna keep getting it. He's called Coin God because he always gives us 2 cents. Where Brian Russell at? Coin God brings a different side to the chat. Props, bro. Brian Russell, get you right there with him too. I be seeing what y'all be in cahoots talking about. And Coin God, you know what? One day when we start doing phone conversations, when I'm able to take phone calls, I'm going to have you on. And I can't wait to hear it, like come from your lips, because the way it come out on these doggone this chat, you can't be no Bama fan. That's why I'm surprised you accepted the gifted membership, man. You know, Arkansas fans gonna be mad at you for trading on them. But anyways, hidden gems. We talked about Jaron Hamilton and we talked about Jay Lindsey. Now, undefeated chat talk. Listen, let's do reality reach with this with the undefeated chat talk. I want to do a reality reach now. Now that we have we got to go back and I don't know how to disguise that one. Auntie Janet. Let me see, because I see you gave it to me. I see you sent me one, but I don't know how to disguise that one as a reality or reach. Oh, yes, I do. Here we go. And this ain't Bama related. This is something. Yeah. Definitely, Gary. We know. There we go. Yeah. Alumni. Okay. You was a student that graduated that's not even a fan of the team. That's the bad part about it. Coin God, I'm gonna light you up. You just be giving me all the ammo, man. I love it. Appreciate you for being around, man. Make it so easy. You know what I'm saying? But listen, reality to reach, and this has nothing to do with Alabama football. Is actually another hot topic that was a hot topic last year. And every time he does something, you know, it wakes the media up, right? It gets the media attention. Let's talk about Coach Prime. Auntie Janet sends a reality or reach for today, right? Auntie Janet says, reality or reach. Coach Prime she didn't say this, but I'm wording it like this. Reality or reach. Coach Prime as a coach is overrated. Run it up. Talk to me. This pulls us away from Alabama being the subject of something. Let's talk about it. Wait, who you talking to me, Coin Guy? You said you was a grad assistant for Alabama? Congrats, man. Congrats. T-Rob was a coach at Alabama. So T-Rob was a coach at Alabama. Doesn't mean he was loyal to Alabama. You're not loyal to Alabama, Coin Guy. We already exposed you. Gary for Bama, he said reality. Overrated. Overrated. Okay. Reach. Reality. Reach. Big reach. EJ, I feel you. Reach. Reality. Yeah. You love Prime, me too, man. Reach. And y'all know I'm gonna do a few and then I'm gonna give y'all my take on it. Reality. Hey, William, don't worry about it. Coin Guy. He kind of start getting in his feelings when you start saying that his degree don't matter or his time at Bama don't matter. He think that's like supposed to mean something. Yeah. Coin Guy equals T-Rob. True. Reality as a head coach. What? You think so, Matt? I thought you would have been on the reach train. He can recruit though. I thought you would have been on the reach train. I stayed at a Holiday Inn once. That don't mean you know what I'm saying? Do that mean you own that mug? Do that mean you got a what they call it? The ISG rewards? You got a membership? You got a rewards membership? Reach. Reality. What's up, Lax? How you feeling, fam? How you feeling running them emotes up? Yeah, wait, he's done. He's cooked. Reality. All right, so I've seen a few. Reach. Okay. In Colorado. What's up, Ryan? Appreciate you for pulling up today, man. Appreciate you for pulling up. Appreciate you. Coin Guy said I just got on the way. Coin Guy, how old are you? Cause you keep calling folks Shay. Goat says super overrated. Listen, okay, here goes my take on it, and then we're gonna close it out, and I'm gonna get up out of here. So here goes my take on it. I don't think Coach Prime is overrated. I think Coach Prime is the same guy he's been since he's been on this scene as a player, as a college athlete. He's just every element he stepped in, he hasn't changed himself. Like, he's been the same person. So for people to say he's overrated, like when he started the program, Trinity High School, you know, the program there that his son and all those players came through and played at. When he started that program, he did the same thing he did when he got to Jackson State, did the same thing he did when he got to Colorado. He made noise for his program. He used his platform to create some buzz, and he put a lot of people in position around him to be successful. Did it always work out? No, it didn't always work out. Before Trinity was another program that he helped start, and that got taken from him. So overrated? No way. No way you go in your first year and you win 4 games after a team had went 1-11 or 1-12 the previous year. There's no way you can say somebody's overrated. And just because he won 4 games, he didn't have no depth. He was able to convince a lot of top athletes in the portal and didn't use money or NIL to do it. He just vibrant. And yes, they went and got money. They went and created some value for themselves because overrated would be showing up and not winning at all, having the same results. With all that Louis bag talent, where he went in and won 4 games, you got a quarterback in your son who's a lot of people think are overrated, but Shadour's going to be a day 1 pick at the next level. I know some NFL scouts that do regional scouting, and they speak with all those guys on the West Coast, the Midwest and West Coast, and Shedeur Sanders is high on a lot of teams' draft boards. Not a lot of buzz, not a lot of hype because everybody's, the dad ball thing is hovering over his head. But when he does his combine this next year, his last year of college, Shedeur will be a day 1 pick. He may not go first, but he will be a day 1 pick. Somebody's going to gamble on him because he has all of the particulars that you want from a quarterback, and he has the tutelage. His dad is very, very great very great football mind when it comes to playing both sides of the ball. So I think Coach Prime is very. I think he's over criticized. I will say that. And he does it to himself because of how loud he is, how flashy he is, very straightforward. And that's somebody I can appreciate. I can appreciate somebody that's going to be straightforward and direct instead of somebody that's always trying to appease my feelings. Somebody that can give me the real rap raw and just keep it real all the time. And that's what Coach Prime does. You saw what happened with Kamani McLean. One of the top DBs of that class brought him in, set him on the bench because you didn't want to get in and put the work in. You didn't want to train hard like Travis Hunter and some of these other kids that's coming here. So they had to put him in the doghouse and get him straight. And when he finally got his opportunity, when Coach Prime saw, so when you have those type of instances, Travis Hunter, you get him there, he keeps a level head. You put him in position to be productive. You kind of got a good relationship with players. That sets you up for success. And I don't think Coach Prime is going to be coaching for like 20 years or anything like that. I think this is more was a thing to really invest into kids like his son, not just his son, but kids like his son. And a lot of coaches are going to be raised up through that thought process. And his staff now, once he leaves, they're probably going to get picked up and go to different spots and be head coaches. And it's just going to create, new opportunities for recruits coming up. So with that being said, I really think, he's not overrated. He's not overrated. He went to Colorado football and gave them a whole swag. Like, yeah. So yeah, I think anytime you can do that. And as a coach, you see what he was able to do with the offense, without an offensive line. So clearly he's doing something right. And he has an experienced staff around him, a lot of young guys who know the game. I think he's setting it up. I like what he's doing. A lot of people don't like his flair and all that, but I like it. I can deal with it. You know what I'm saying? So that's my take on it. So I think that's a reach that Coach Prime is overrated. And just to be clear, Auntie Janet did not say he was overrated. She was asking, is he overrated? She didn't say he was. She said, do you think people feel like Coach Prime is underrated or overrated? And yeah. So I asked it. I said, is Coach Prime overrated? Reality or reach? I gave it to y'all. And then we got another one for tonight. Appreciate my guy, Dwight Pruitt sent me one. So Dwight, yours will be featured on tonight's segment of the Smook Scoop. And with that being said, chat, don't forget, you can always become a fan funder. You could join the team. Get that little green name tag. Get that helmet next to your name. Man, I got to deal with at least 30 days of this man Coin guy, bro, being a member. Dang, I'm going to love this. Oh, this going to be fun. Coin guy, welcome to the fam, though, for real, man. It's all out of love, man. It's all out of love. Hey, but what I want to touch more on point 2. What point 2? Let me see. Was that more portal targets? I kind of did. You're going to have to go back. I can't go over my time because we be having like AARs and meetings. I use that time to kind of prep. But go back and rewind or somebody share with them the information that we brought the portal targets. The name, it was only one name that I brought up, and that was Andrew Gentry. Go look him up. He's an offensive lineman at Michigan. Go check him out. Will Johnson, definitely heavy lean to Alabama. I predicted that he's I'm crystal balling him and I gotta find. I'm scooping him to Bama. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm scooping him to Bama. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying right now. Will Johnson, the moment he makes the announcement, y'all know I'll be right there. Makes the announcement to enter the portal, or even make a visit. Y'all know I'll be right there bringing y'all the up-to-date news. You know, and I'm not predicting. I'm just saying what I feel. Just saying what I feel. Just saying what I feel and what's been told to me and the things I put together and the scoop. We scooping my boy to Bama. So, fan funders, don't forget to join. Hit the link, join. $2.99 at the lowest. Get access to all the special emotes. Get access to all the special videos. Get access to showing your boys, your family, your Bama fan panel, your Bama YouTube panel some love, monetarily taking care of them, paying for our lunches, you know what I'm saying? Paying for that toothpaste, keep my teeth straight, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all get to be a part of that. You can scan the QR code, go to the main page on the YouTube channel, and Bama Football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson. You'll see the link there. Also, T, if you're in the back, can we get our sponsor graphic up real quick? Hey, what's up, gang? What's up, gang? What's up? What's up? What's up, gang? What's up? What's up? What's up, gang? Y'all be having me turn for real. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Let me make this full screen right here. And then did T get my let me see. Did she write me? All right. Here we go. Residence Inn, y'all. If y'all are ever in the area of Ocean City, Maryland, and you need a place to stay, go stop by our sponsor, the Resident Inn in Ocean City, Maryland. You can book your stay on their website at residenceinoc.com and use the promo code LPARA for special Bama football pricing up to 20% off on your stay. Now, I wanted to go so bad, but timeline is just crunching on me, right? That's crunching on me now, and I don't want to push this date back for me arriving to T-Town. But if somebody beat me to this, make sure y'all email us some Bama football on YouTube at Gmail. Email us some pictures of the resort of the hotel. We want to showcase it. We want to give you a shout out and make sure that you're using your promo code so you can get a discount. Everybody likes saving money, right? Bama football on YT at gmail.com. Send us pictures of the resort. You ever go there, send us pictures. Another way for us to interact with the fans. Also, undefeated merch. If you ordering it, once you get it, send us the pictures to that same email. We want to start featuring our family, our supporters, our team members, our fan funders, all of that. We want to start featuring you and getting that interaction going. We got some big news coming up. George Teague is going to be making an appearance here soon on Bama Football on YouTube. So y'all go ahead and start spreading the word. Uncle G, can't wait to have him on. The real George Teague, not the guy that's in the chat. They be acting like it. I'm talking about the real Uncle G. And we got some players lined up for this offseason. So, I mean, recruits that's on the trail, recruits that's currently in high school. We got some current players, you know, going to be making some passes during their training, offseason training. You know, y'all remember Jalen Merill and those group of guys went down to Florida last year? I might be making a trip. So let's keep it up, y'all. Appreciate y'all for showing love. Again, I'm Coach Smook. Follow me at Coach Smook on all platforms. Once again, Coach Smook Network has been put to halt. For everybody that's still following the YouTube channel, I'm going to leave it up, but I won't be posting much content. It'll be more of my gaming content over there. NCAA, Warzone, some of my comedy reels and stuff. But all of the Alabama content that you want from Coach Smook will be live here on Bama Football on YouTube. We'll also be posting more shorts, player spotlights, under the radar. We'll be here on Bama Football on YouTube. So continue to run the likes up. Don't forget to follow on Instagram, Twitter. Twitter is real active right now. We just hit 3.1K followers. So appreciate y'all for that. Clap it up. I'm trying to get to 5K. We're trying to get to 5K. We got a few days left to reach 5K, about 9 days. So if y'all could help your boy out, I'm gonna make a post. Let's get everybody's followers up. Coach Sean, his page is starting to get following. Coach Jay Merill just looks like he just created his page. And of course, Kyle Henderson already had followers. He's just getting back active on it. So let's get everybody numbers up, y'all. Let's start get more people on the reliable information. Not saying we the only ones that's reliable, but nothing wrong with giving more reliable information, getting more connects. So it's your boy Coach Smoot, and y'all know me how I end this thing. I always end it with one of them things. What we call it? That holla hall, that holla hall, that holla. Roll Tide. Let's get it, baby. Y'all have a good day. Can't wait to see y'all again tonight.
Bye.